All right, all right. I think it's time to get going here. Let's make this happen. And I think we've got this set straight, right? Yeah. And then do this button. That does a thing, right? Hey there, friends. See, I moved things. No, no. I know what that is. Haha. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world. Where's the button?
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is September 17th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I'm getting the camera set up here so that we can have some fun with the keyboard today. Let me say hello to the chat room before I go too much further here. Hello, hello. They're right over there. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. Let me say hello. Let me go down the list here and welcome everybody in. Robert Stefan, good afternoon to you in Romania. Codebase Alpha with the resub. Thank you so much for the support. Much appreciate. C Sharp Titan, greetings to you in Australia. Hope you're having a good evening. Yes. It's a new stream. That's right, Robert. And we're going to get into a couple things today. I think we're ready to we're just about ready to deploy the updates for collections on Aspireify, show how that works, and move on to some new features there. C Sharp Titan saying feeling sad and frustrated today. I see a bunch of a story there. Let me finish greeting folks before I read through that. No, I see John Nicholson there. No, I'm not reading that right. Didn't come through on Twitch. The bot didn't echo it. Let me open YouTube then over here so that I can be able to moderate and see all the messages going on live. It's over here. Hey, that's me. That's me. John Nikolakos. There we go. Happy Tuesday to you. Coffee at hand. Fantastic. Get that cup of Good Morning America in my hand and I'm ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Let me catch up on the C Sharp Titan's message here, and then I could talk about some of the things that I want to do today, some of the things that we're going to do. C Sharp Titan says, feeling sad and frustrated today. Some frustrating news. I work for one of the leading banks in Australia. They have done the same thing, ditched .NET, which the team had worked on for 18 months doing Blazor and in the middle of testing with .NET 9, working with a team overseas in Singapore, and they have a similar thing they built using Java and Spring Boot, and the bank is proposing to use that rather than what you've been building for the last year. So once again, here's a group of folks that are saying, well, we're just going to throw out everything that we've been working on. Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Team of 10 developers working on different things in the projects. So now, yet again, I've been told to familiarize with the code base from the overseas team or to look for employment elsewhere. Wow. Why do companies prefer Java over .NET? The reasons that I hear for that, it's not so much that it's used more in one industry or another. There's some perception that that Java is immune to change. There's some perception that because Java doesn't get as many updates from the folks at Oracle, that it's more stable. There's some perception that because .NET is receiving updates that continue to make it modern and capable and competing with other languages and tools out there and providing modern capabilities for you, that it's not stable. And that could be any further from the truth. So I can absolutely see why that's frustrating. Hey there, Eric. Good to see you. And I think I saw, yep, Richard's here on YouTube. Hello, hello. I'm not sure why Restream isn't echoing the messages back and forth. The chat bot should be updating and sending messages back and forth between the two, and I don't see it. Looking over here and stream settings, primary stream, yeah. No, I'm not doing any of those. And if we look at chat settings, bots, yeah, relay mode is turned on. So it should start relaying messages between them, but it's not. BS that .NET is bloated and Java is faster. I've heard folks say that as well. And once again, when you look at the amount of optimizations that happen from folks like Stephen Tobe in his blog post, and we got that last week, there is constant enhancement and improvement that is happening in these tools. And the folks that might argue, well, why wasn't it done before? Why didn't you optimize all of your code when you first released it? Why are you fixing bugs in your code? Why are you optimizing and adding performance tweaks and tuning? Because things have changed, advanced. Technology is not constant. The only constant in the field of technology is change. And those that seek a constant in the world of technology are misguided. What? It took the picture. Hat not found. What? What? No. It knows what this is. It absolutely knows what this one is.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
There you go. All right. So, yeah, these are folks that are very misguided, and honestly, because of the way Oracle is licensing Java and working with it, do you really want to be trapped in that? Like, the team at Oracle has made it very clear that they see your use of Java as something that they can capitalize on, as something that they've invested in and they want to be paid for, even though everything you're using is free and open source. Like, they can do that. That's their option, but I'm not sure that many folks actually understand that that's what they got into. And especially coming back after the fact and trying to invoice folks. Like, that's really not cool. So, let me get just one or two more things started here. There we go. I'm getting my console running here. That's actually looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how that looks. So we're gonna start. I'm setting up. I have the overhead camera running today so that I can show you the keyboard. Let me get some music playing in the background, and we can, and I can start getting the overhead keyboard set up, overhead camera set up a little bit more here. I don't know. I keep scrolling way down here. Let's start somewhere up here. Oh, this is called Cassette Culture. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators at Streambeats and this synthwave playlist that we're listening to today. It's just kind of groovy and nice to have in the background there. Napalm popped in to say good morning and show support. You'll be in a meeting and try to make it on later. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Cypher!
Cypher After just resubscribed for 3 months. Olaka button.
Thank you so much, my friend. Great to see. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be at TwitchCon this year. This is the 5th year in a row that I'm not able to make it to TwitchCon. I was on some of the virtual TwitchCons during pandemic, but I will not be able to make it this year. I had an event last week. I have an event that I'm traveling to this weekend, so yeah, not going to make it. But I'm definitely keeping in mind. There's a number of folks that I would love to visit in the Illinois, Chicago area if I have any travels or any events out that way. So we shall see. We shall see in the year ahead. Sometimes it's about building a case if folks can't be persuaded. Eric, you're right. When folks choose a technology stack, how do you build that case? How do you show folks? And quite frankly, there's a lot of inertia in technology. This is what we've got. We're not moving off of it because we don't want to change. So, yep, got the Fallout hat running. I want to show you. So I've got, Cypher, I got to show you. I've got this really cool keyboard that I've been using that I'm trying to get set up here. I have an extra camera for this, and I need to get this added into the mix, and I don't see it.
Aloof the Crow just resubscribed for 19 months. 19 months of a reminder that I should have never abandoned VB6 C# Defender Luth Point.
Oh my gosh, Aloof, thank you so much. Much appreciate the support there. Eddie Dre, hello. Yeah, so I'm trying to get my other camera set up here. Oh my goodness.
Johnny
and another one
just resubscribed
Johnny
for 17 months. You're doing great. Keep it up. I'm on YouTube as John Nikulakos lol.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Johnny B. Cat. Thank you. Let me see. I think it's this. No, that's not showing up. Right? And I'm trying to get the other camera set up here so it comes through. I think I need to set up that app over here because it's actually running on a second machine. No. It's like capture or something. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Now we can zoom in and do some stuff with that. Yeah. All right, let me do this. I'm going to set up right here. Look, I'm doing the OBS config on the fly here. So I'm going to add this and add that and over here. And I am resizing a little bit here. And if I open that up, that's not bad. Okay. So let's see what we can do now. Hey, web dev guy. Hello. Wise Otter, welcome in. Nice hat. You like it, SP Tremblay? Thank you so much. No, it is not the Logitech. The Logitech folks, I've tried reaching out to them a couple times and no dice. Thank you for the sub. Cypher of Tier with the sub. Thank you. Make sure you check out their channel. Doing cool things, playing games, role-playing. There we go. And Cypher is actually a writer for a game series. So they've got a lot of insight into some of the games that are coming out there. This is and C# Josh. Hello.
Sharp Josh just resubscribed for 56 months.
Much appreciate 56 months with us, Josh. Thank you so much. And it looks like we got a hype train started here. Let me hang on. I'm gonna try and get my keyboard cam right. Ugh, it's too big. I don't know where to put this on this scene. Right? I feel like I should put it like down in here, but then it covers up text. You know what? I'll save that for when I get to the next scene because looking at what I'm doing with the keyboard here doesn't do too much. So I'll save that for when we get over to the code. Already on level 2. That's right. Look at that. 40% done. Level 2 of the hype train. Thank you so much, friends. This is the Dygma Defy keyboard. It's got a complete online configuration that allows you to change and load settings without having to reboot your machine and flash the keyboard and all that stuff. It does. Let me head over to the code and I can show you a little bit better what that looks like. Cypher with the gift subs.
Just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much 5 gift subs into the channel. Is it Christopher? Nice. Heavy F, Krugall, Chronix, and J the 111. Congratulations. You got gift subscriptions from our friend Cypher of Tier. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let me get back to that C# Titan. Junie with the resub.
Junie_von_s just resubscribed for 43 months. Shoot you, or should I say namespace hello chat class resub static void I pushed a button string woo woo.
Oh my goodness, look at the... For those of you that don't know, Junie doesn't write code, but she's learned a lot about how to write C# code. Thank you so much, my friend. 43 months. Awesome stuff. Let me head over and I'll show you a little bit about this. While the hype trading continues, thank you so much. We're on level 3 at this point. 48% there with 4 minutes to go. So this is Base Core. This shows you the keyboard as you're programming it. But let me get dialed in here. Oh my goodness, here it comes. Frank!
Bucheros just resubscribed for 36 months. We all learn when Jeff is streaming. C# party.
Thank you very much, my friend. And yes, we'll be making donations. Here we go. Look at this. So I got to resize and put my keyboard cam here. Like, I feel like it should be up here above me. But if I make it too small, you're not actually going to be able to see what I'm doing. So maybe it goes like down in here or something. And now it's like I've got these giant hands that are bigger than my head. Like, oh no. I don't know. So here's the actual keyboard, and here's the programming for it above. And I've been learning some new things that we can do with this. That single view is a little bit harder to see. There you go. Now you can see. So it's 2 halves to the keyboard, right? And very clearly, right, there's 2 halves that we can work on. And I've moved some things around, and I think you can see some of the changes that I've made here. So, like, right away, you can see that something that I learned, having an offset key that's a different RGB color than the rest of the text keys around it lets me be able to identify exactly, here's just at quick glance, right? I mean, there's the little edge on and the little ridge on the keys that you can find, but being able to see exactly here's where I should put my index fingers makes it really easy for me to orient and place my hands immediately. Some other things that I've done. You do that as well with your RGB? Yeah, Eddie. When I didn't think about that, but when I saw one of our friends from Dygma Labs do this, it was like, I'm sold. I am all in on that, and that makes perfect sense to me. So you do it for gaming as well? Let me get back to gaming. Okay. So I've moved around some of the keys here, and something that I realized is this row of keys right here, right? So my index finger is on this column of keys. This column of keys over here is really hard to stretch for, right? That's almost like crossing over. It's one thing to move one column to the right, but moving 2 columns over is really awkward. So I started removing these keys and making them somewhere else. And same thing on the right side. And you see that they're dim over here, and they're mapped to no key at this point. I haven't removed the minus and the equals yet. I also realized that my pinky is over here on the semicolon to start. Reaching with the pinky is awkward. I think we can all agree reaching with the pinky is awkward, right? Might be too big for your hands. Don't be too sure about that. It's actually not too bad. But reaching with the pinky here to the single quote, and it's also, right, double quote when you have shift, it's kind of awkward. And especially up into, I had delete and backspace up here. That's still awkward up in the corner here. And I have a shift to layer 10 down here. We'll talk about layer 10 in a minute. The thumb clusters down here are where I feel like the power is. Like, all the stuff that's up in here is kind of like, okay, this is nice. Hype train is complete. Level 3, 65%. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. And looks like there's some emotes going out to chat. Thank you so much for the support. And we'll be making charitable donations from that support. Much appreciated. So I've moved around some things in here to make it a little bit easier, cleaner, for how to activate and do some of these super keys that we want to interact with. Having enter right here on the thumb is really nice. But there's also, it's a dual purpose key. If I hold down this enter, right, don't just press it, but hold it down, I get control. So I can hold down my right thumb and tap with my left, and it'll do control enter. So like when I'm typing in a message on Twitter or Facebook, LinkedIn, and you do that control enter or Teams, right? I can just hold down one and tap the other and it will submit that message. I've also put control underneath my backspace key that's just off of my normal resting position for my left thumb. So this blue key here, right? Can I just, hang on. Let me go back over to the keyboard cam here. I think I can. Do you mind? I'm gonna try and trim this just a little bit more so that it zooms in just a little bit more. I think that's a little bit better. Zoom in on that. Heavy F with the follow. Thank you so much. You feel like you need to relearn typing? SP Tremblay, I've been. But wait till you see some of the other things that I've done here, okay? So Windows key I put here on this white. These two, left control, left alt, I don't use that much, and I'm thinking about getting rid of them. This does a single shot flip to layer 3. Let me show you what layer 3 is. Layer 3, I started showing this last time, is kind of my coding navigation area here. Now, because I'm flipped over to layer 3, right? I've got my arrow keys over here, home, and I have Control T here in Visual Studio that lets me go navigate to something that I type in. So I'll hit Control T and it'll flip back to the previous layer. Okay? I've got some other macros for Visual Studio interactions here. Like, I can press this key and it'll give me the Add New Item macro. I forget what those macros are that I added. They are jump to the Solution Explorer and jump to the Immediate window. So, Solution Explorer and Immediate window, and I can start navigating around in there. I've got Format my document here. Control and Alt, so that I can hold down one of my primary finger keys and navigate around on the right. So, and of course, Undo is right there under my left middle finger. Function keys across the top. Backspace and Delete are up here, and I'm not thrilled with that, but... how I can switch between different levels commands on each key. Wait till you see what I did next, Robert. So, this is... Right, it's a transparent key here, so it actually fades through and gives me what's on level 1. This layer 3 one-shot. So if I go over here, no, one-shot, here it is. So they call this a one-shot key. Check this out. This is absolutely brilliant when you think about keyboards with multiple layers. Check this out. One press will let me access that layer. So if I press it, it'll access it. I can press one key and it'll go back to layer 1. So watch the keyboard. If I press it once, it takes me to layer 3 here, right? And it goes back if I don't access anything. But as soon as I do one thing on layer 3, it goes back immediately. So I can kind of jump in, do that one thing, and pop back. Or I can, I can hold it down, and the whole time that it's held down, I'm on that layer. So I can do navigation And when I'm done, let go, and I go back to the previous layer. Or I can double tap it, and now I'm locked on layer 3. So and then one tap will take me back to the previous layer. So I've got flexibility here in how I access that. And now let me bake your noodle. All right. Hey, Nightmare. Is it available in non-ergonomic mode? So there is another version of this. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Ads are about to start here. So if I go to Dygma Labs, that's not it. That's not it. No. Sure. Right, here it is. Dygma.com, that's what it is. They have another keyboard called the Raise that is not ergonomic like that. It's the two halves, and it will actually, they'll connect together so that it is like an existing normal standard 68 key keyboard. Okay. However, you lose the giant thumb cluster down here. You still have space under both thumbs, and you've got some of these other keys, and you don't have as much capability to shift and work with and modify other layers. But it's very much the similar. Split it if you want to, use it stitched together like that if you want. Okay, I need to change that keyboard command. That's not going to work anymore because we're using this one. So the keyboard I use is the Defy. There we go. These are not cheap. These are premium keyboards, and they're wireless. I have it plugged in because I'm sitting here, but it is Bluetooth. It does have an RF connector if you want to use that. Love this keyboard. If you're interested in getting one, I do have a referral code. I need to wire it up to the link just below. I haven't done that yet. So now that I've got the keyboard set up here, maybe I should set up and I've got the camera so that you can see it. Maybe I should set up the referral code. Close this. We don't want to show that today. I was back over here. So I talked about one shot. Really cool feature. So now let me really bake your noodle. I wired up a one shot to go to layer 2 on my space key. Check this out. This is really cool. So dual function. When tapped, sends a character. When held, send a modifier or a layer key. So when I hold down, it jumps me into layer 2. Layer 2 I set up to do symbols. And as developers, we type a lot of symbols, right? Like there's a lot of symbols that we're typing, and it's weird. So I shifted over here, and this was what the marketing folks at Dygma showed me. By shifting over here, now I can put those brackets and symbols that I use when I'm typing right under my fingers, my primary fingers. So I'm not reaching with my ring finger and pinky to go touch these things. It's annoying to do that, but now it's right under my index and middle finger. Love it. So I'm going to be using that configuration a little bit more, tweaking and tuning this as we go along writing code today. Hey, Parliament, let me come back to your question in just a second. Happy to answer that. The short answer is yes, but I'm going to recommend you don't, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. It's fine to do that, but I don't recommend it, and I'll go through and explain why. I wanted to wire up, so I do have a referral code for Dygma. It won't get you a discount, but it will, no. But it will let them know that you heard from me. So, yeah. Verifying that I'm human. I'm trying to grab the link here and get that logged in. Come on now. Oh, I think I can log in with that, right? No, that isn't it. No, wait. Let me finish keying all this in. Now you can see my keyboard, so I'm going to dox myself if I just keep showing that. So, give me 1 second here. Right now, you're going to watch me key in all my passwords and things. Go away. I don't think this is it. I don't think I grabbed the right link there. Oh, thank you for the sub.
Parliament 0.
Let me get this set up. This. And... yeah. I thought I did this. Hang on. Oh, geez. I've got to do a login with a 2-factor here. So, stand by. There it is. And then we'll put the keyboard camera back on here in just a second. Really? This feels weird. What? Not. Yes. Okay. I'd already done a bunch of these things. So, cool. Okay. There are... no. There it is. That's the one I want. All right. Oh my goodness. Hey, how you doing there, Mac Dubing Hall? Is it fine? I already read that. Repository pattern is your friend. Yes. And we'll talk about that in just a second here. I promise. Let me update and add a link here on screen on the channel. Hey, look, it's me. There we go. No, not that one. There we go. Use my referral link to let them know you learned about the Defy from Fritz. All right, and I'll update See, here we go. Right, I'm getting used to now bouncing back and forth on these. So parentheses and then paste in, and then other parenthesis. And I think I want to replace that also. I think that's it. And yeah, there we go. So that'll put you through with my referral code to take a look at the Dygma Defy. 10 layers of keys on this thing. Oh yeah. Yes, yes, yes. It is crazy, the flexibility that you have there. There we go. All right. And I can turn back on. Now, why does it say it doesn't know? Charger error? Yeah, there we go. All right. Let me turn back on the keyboard so you can see. There you go. Now you can see the keyboard again. There's a power measure here, so you can see it's charging with these green lights. It's charging the two sides. When it's fully charged, it's lit all the way up here. So that's kind of cool. This one will connect to other Bluetooth devices, so I can jump out and connect to a tablet, my phone, and type and be on that as well. I have played with the macros. So I have macros over here that I added to my symbols layer that type the keyword private space, public space, so that I can jump right into building C# code quickly and easily. Really cool stuff. I love doing that. So Parliament had a question. There was a question earlier from C# Titan I want to make sure that I address also. Backing up, looking for it. I thought it was before. I thought it was before the hype train. Is there an update fix to NP SQL? There is, however, it still didn't. I'm still not quite there with getting Aspireify running on .NET 9. Well, I can show you that before we get into some of the main coding things we're going to do today. What happened to your Twitches? Oh, okay. The other question we had there from Parliament, is it fine to get data from DB context inside a controller endpoint? Why did you? No. So yes, you can do that. However, Parliament, what you're going to run into is at some point in the future, your application's going to change. You might not be accessing the database directly anymore. You may change database. You may want to use an API to manage that because you want to expose certain capabilities for the outside public internet to be able to interact with. Thank you, Toast of Problems with the follow. So if you want that flexibility, you've now got this logic for how you connect and fetch data scattered across a bunch of different places. That might be okay for you to maintain, but when you get into a larger team, a repository pattern is going to help you communicate those capabilities a little bit easier to the rest of your team. And importantly, when your database, you change database providers, your database schema changes, you've introduced some indexes or something that are going to enhance the way you work with the database, and you want to use that properly. You don't want to go searching through all your code to find all the places you used a DB context. By centralizing and putting that in one class, you've created a reusable place that makes it very clear when you need to make a change it there. And everywhere that needs to interact and use that database interaction can reference and gain that benefit. It also gives you the ability to version that easily. Well, this group of features needs to use this current version, and we're going to fork and have a new version that this group of features uses. Great. Create an overload, create another method, and change some of those places to use the new method, and the others can continue using the old method. You've got it centralized. It makes it easier to reuse and see that all in one place. And I can show you examples of that when we get into Aspireify here. You know what? That's toast of problems. I got to update. That isn't the right keyboard. You saw LL Cool Chris. This is the Dygma Defy, and I need to update that keyboard command to reflect that. More about the Dygma Defy just below on the channel. And this is Basecore. This is their configuration app that lets you write macros, like, right? I added key in the public keyword, press space and go back to my main typing layer. I added that as a macro so I can easily generate public properties, classes, what have you, with just one keystroke. Boom, done, right? I've also got another layer that I set up to do git commands. I'm not quite happy with it yet, but we'll do more with that. Tune in at it. I am getting used to it. Yes, Chris Funk. Yep. So the other thing that I added over here was layer 10. You see layer 10? Look, the keyboard even went to sleep and turned off all the lights. Layer 10 is my Overwatch layer. Here's the thing. I know it, you know it. When you're playing a first-person shooter, you're really only using the left half of your keyboard because your right hand is on your mouse, right? And I do have the Logitech. So Cypher was asking about Logitech. This is the G520? Is that what it is? Right? I don't know my Logitech very well. 502, thank you. Right? I knew it was a 5 and a 2 and a 0 in there somewhere. Yeah, G502. Okay? And I've had this thing literally for 6-7 years. So what I can do, because it's a split keyboard, I can effectively take this whole half and move it somewhere else and bring my mouse over right next to my keyboard so that I'm playing like this. That's pretty handy and nice and tight to have right next to each other. So there is wireless power switches on the bottom of these. I don't like using them when I'm sitting here at the desk, because I am sitting here at the desk. Like, use the cables while you're here so that it's charged when we're ready to go off and do something else and be somewhere else. You've had your 502 for 6 years. It is solid. There's some things about it that I would love to see updated in a new version. But it's really, really cool. Toast of Problems loves Vim shortcuts on a keyboard. Totally. And I've done that with my coding keyboard. There's a 502X. Really? Chris Funk asks, is the keyboard Bluetooth or a USB dongle? Both. So not only are there cables coming off the top here that you can see plugged in there, they're plugged into a little dongle here that they call the neuron. So the two halves are plugged in here, and this is going and plugged into my PC. Here's the deal. I can unplug these two, the keyboard, from this dongle, and it will work with RF. I can also completely unplug everything here, and it'll work with Bluetooth. Your choice. Now, Bluetooth, with all the RGB lighting and the effects that it does, you'll get about 3 hours off of the battery that's in the keyboard. not bad for a rechargeable battery. But when you're local and you're sitting right next to it, just keep it plugged in. So you can see how I set up my Overwatch keys here. And of course, I put an orange underlight on it so that when I'm in Overwatch mode, I'm in orange. I've got orange lighting around it. Really, really great stuff. So I put my communication keys in green. I put some other emote keys and sprays here in white. Some other social keys up here in white as well. But my WASD, I moved over one so they're right under where my fingers are on this keyboard. Fantastic stuff. I really, really enjoy this. So I've got some of those typical keys that you would be using right next to it. Of course, I put two Qs here so that if I reach with either my ring finger or my pinky finger to fire off that ultimate, fire off the bomb, the whatever, I always hit Q. Always hit it. So I put H over here. Reload is kind of where it normally would be next to the WASD. If I was using WASD, it's one finger stretch over, and that's where I put it, and I put it in blue so that it was easy to spot. I forget why I have 5 up here. I forget what 5 does. Don't know. But I put the switch back to the previous layer and escape to cancel out of things over on the other hand, so that I actually have to reach over with my other hand and commit in order to access the other things back to normal typing. Do I use this for my work machine? I don't. I have a standard QWERTY keyboard plugged into my work machine. I use a tool called Mouse Without Borders to share my keyboard and mouse across my work machine and my production machine. My normal day-to-day development, my work machine is only used for Teams and Outlook. I don't do any development, any work on my work machine, like coding work. I build slides, I build OneNotes, I manage loops, I do broadcasts on StreamYard with my personal machine because my work machine just isn't capable of doing those things. So, yeah, I need to update the bot. You're right, UNESCO. Richard says, got a 502 Hero. Recently, the left button click started failing, causing a short continuous press. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. On YouTube, Mike asks, can you change switches? Yes, and they send a switch kit for these. I got with mine, right? So, where is it? There's a list of switches that you can order it with. Dun, dun, dun. Right, there you go. Tune it to your liking. You can swap out keycaps. There are extra keycaps. And they send all the silencing rings as well, if you want to use those. So I got this with, right, I think I got the yellows. I'm on the Defy. Thank you. Yeah, I have the Gatoron yellows on these. So if I take off, there you go, you can see the yellow switch. But the switches are hot swappable. You can put in a different switch if you'd like, and your choice of a whole bunch of them here. So, totally love it. It's been really, really nice to use. There are additional keycaps that you can get. And I've been eyeballing, not gonna lie, I've been eyeballing getting a couple more. The palm pads are replaceable. They're magnetic. But I've thought about getting some more keycaps. Like, no, not for that. For the Defy. Like, I do have the blackout ones here that I can put on. I actually don't think I have enough of those. But, yeah, I don't know. So, I'm thinking about it. Defy, black, English, and it doesn't say what the keycaps are. Doesn't say exactly which ones. Is it all of the keycaps? Yeah, I don't know. Robert Steffen with a question about a project. Let me go grab that. Work machine not doing work, only doing slides. Yeah. Even then, I do slides over here on this machine, unless it's something that's NDA. I'll only do it on the work machine. But even then, do a cost-benefit analysis against your salary for a better laptop. Yeah. Develop on PCs the same spec as the customer. I like having the ability to flip back and forth and use a slower machine. But I don't write code for Microsoft products. I write demos and things that are going to be made public for testing purposes. Yeah, totally. So we'll be tinkering and doing more with the Defy here. Here's the screenshot of their I spoke to Miguel at Dygma. This is what his layer looks like for symbols. And he's in Europe. He's primarily a Spanish speaker. He speaks Spanish first. So some of these characters make sense for him. Doesn't make sense for me to have a euro. Dollar makes sense. Percent makes sense. Vertical pipe, sure. Some of these, like @ I don't type the @ too much when I'm working with C# code. So, not sold on these. But I do appreciate his design of, we don't need keys around these areas where it's really a stretch. Like, I don't want to assign anything out there. Being able to flip back and forth layers with the escape key is kind of nice. So, you're forced to use work laptops. That's where all the spyware, security software is at. Yeah. No, I get it. And this is where I think using tools like DevBox help, where folks want to be able to keep secure and tidy and a decent speed the developer tools. Sure. Friend of mine just had started a new job and had a new workstation delivered to the house, and it was literally 2 screens with a mini Dell that was attached to the back of one of the screens. And when you logged in, it logged you in and jumped you into a VM that was running out on their servers so that they could control everything. Like, I get it. There's a massive security concern that we have over working with our workstations and sending information back and forth. Totally get it. So, let me head back over to the source code for Aspireify here. So, github.com, right? C# Fritz, and it's Aspireify.net website. See, I'm getting better typing there, friends. You saw me struggling with that the other day, but we're getting a lot better there. Zero trust is a big thing. You're totally right. I have 2 pull requests sitting out here. One to migrate to .NET 9, and the other one down here, adding the ability to group content as a collection. The migrate to .NET 9 is now building successfully. However, there's some sort of a weird authentication authorization bug that's popping up. Let me show you what that looks like, because it doesn't let the website actually work. So I'm going to jump back over here. See, look at that. I moved my backslash to right here, to what is the H key, right? You can see I made it violet there, not purple like the Y, but I made it violet because it's the backslash. I made / over here under the G, so that whether I'm on Linux or Windows, I've got right here under my index finger the / backslash. It's really handy because the D and the F I made angle brackets for doing HTML. So I've got the / to close a tag right next to the two keys that make a tag. So, where was I? Oh yeah. So let's go Aspireify. Yep. And here, this is the .NET 9 code. So if we do a git status here, what did I change in there? I don't think I changed anything. Yeah, go £. Go reset that. That's fine. So let me show you how this is running. Maybe there's something we can fix here that I'm missing, but I don't think so. I think there's something else incompatible that I don't want to spend our time coding together, fumbling around with. So let me just make sure I grab the latest, because I was working on this, yeah, when I was in Las Vegas. So we'll run this, and it'll start up, run all the .NET Aspire stuff, and roll me over to show what's going on here. So I'm seeing a number of my Microsoft colleagues commenting on and liking the new Azure hat. So there's the startup for Aspireify. Is that a keyboard? Yes, it is. 2 halves right here so that you can see it, and you'll see the RGB light up as I change layers here as well. So we should see the website start up. There it is, all started up, and we'll jump into it, and bang. Cannot resolve scoped service, IEnumerable infrastructure DB context options configuration Aspireify security context. So something happened that the Aspireify security context isn't being registered properly here. Hey Zulius, give me a second here. I'll come back to you in just a minute. So if I go back over and we look at it's not that one. I don't think it's that one. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? There it is. Add NPG SQL DB context. This isn't working, is what I'm getting out of that. So if we take a look at that reference, Aspire, NPG SQL, Entity Framework Core, Postgres, and I've actually moved out into variables, the Aspire version for that. But if we go and say manage NuGet packages, you're not going to let me do that right now. Fine. Not that one. Not that one. No, I was right. And manage NuGet packages. Here we go. And right. That says 8.2. I bet I need to push that to... Nope, there is no 9. So I'm on 8.2. And that's not registering and working with .NET 9. That's what I'm seeing, Dr. Cox. Yeah. That link doesn't work? What link doesn't work, Annette? The link the bot shared? Sure it does. It's my old keyboard that I was using. It's not this one. But that does work for me. Yeah, help me out with what link doesn't work in that, and we'll get you squared away here. So I don't know. Like, I'm on 8.2 here, but it doesn't work with, it's not registering properly with .NET 9. So there's a disconnect there that I don't know what to do. And it's breaking me pretty good. It goes to the site with page not found. You know what? The link that was shared was cut off by the bot. You're right. You're right, Annette. Let me post that directly into chat there for you. That's my old keyboard that I was using. So, so looking at this, it does the connection pooling, health checks, logging, and all that, but it's not updated for .NET 9. Because they're, right, look at this, even 45 minutes ago. Well, hang on. That's Milvis for all of Aspire. Integrations. And you've taken me away from the source code for those. So, not hosting. No. The library we're looking at is Aspire NPG SQL. Is that under components? This one. Updated last week was the CS Proj. Upgrade tooling for 9. Update dependencies for .NET 9 engineering channel. All the projects still target .NET 8. Add 9.0 templates and tests. Fixes 5446. Tell me more. No. So I'm caught between the two versions. You're welcome in that. You faced a bug yesterday with Aspire and Linux where .NET Aspire 8.2 is not running anymore. It's not? I have it working just fine on my Linux machines. So I'm kind of caught between these two. Yeah. So, that's some feedback to share with the team that there's clearly something in this statement that doesn't register and run properly with .NET 9. Because, yeah, this is .NET 9 and it will not run. Yeah. Tried turning it off and back on. Yes, I have, Billy. I'm gonna put that on my to-do list to reach out to the .NET Aspire team and ask that question. So, ask about NPG. No, and there it is. PG. Right, SQL. Yes. and the Aspire component. So I'll take that as a to-do item after this. But I'm stuck. Can't go forward on that, so I will change branches over to the other branch where we were working on this collection feature. Have I tried a solution clean? I mean, I'll go back. Happy to take a look at it. Right? So here we are on the .NET 9 branch clean solution. Like, it's not a problem building it, it's identifying, getting it, and loading it. So, yeah, see, I'm in .NET 9 folders the whole way up. Let's see what we got here. So, there was a question earlier while this is starting up. Who asked that? Zulius asked, what made me choose the Dygma Defy keyboard? Honestly, I was in the market for a keyboard, and conveniently, the folks at Dygma reached out and said, hey, we'd like to sponsor your keyboard and send you one to try out. I've fallen in love with the capabilities of it, even though I'm still getting back up to speed. So, yeah. I run into the exact same issue. Cannot resolve scoped service. So I'm even creating a scope, trying to reach in and get the required service. If I were to back this off and just say, get required service, right? Right, I'm getting... no, I have to create scope because I've been given a... Well, can I do... No, I can't reach into the service provider. No. Okay, this is going to be really annoying if that is happening a lot. Right? So, and then if I want to do control space. Right? Yeah, I can't get into the service provider from here. So I could create scope. Right? And so create scope, dot, and then I'm back into the service provider, get required service. And now I'm in a scoped request at this point. So it's like, I'm stuck. Even if I tried passing in the service locator, right? Right, iService provider, I think it is. Right? No. And give you a comma there. So then if I change this to... Right, and delete, make this lowercase s. And see, now it's try and build and start that. So far, so good. So I have this purple key here set up so that when I double tap and hold, it does a debug start. That's kind of nice. Any plans on another Fritz Overwatch stream? Absolutely, Kamix. Oh yeah, I would love to do that. I'm bronze 2, right? Bronze 2? Bronze 2 or bronze 3 right now. In bang. Same thing. Exact same thing. So I'm not able to get this. DB context options configuration. yeah. Even if if we reach into this and we take a look, DB context options, right? That's kind of the default constructor you have coming through here, and it's not loading that properly. It's not registered properly. So, so I've got everything I need to repro this and show that, hey, there's a problem here. So, because the exact same syntax works just fine in .NET 8. So, discard changes. There we go. So back to the way it was, and we're off and running. High-Tech Redneck says, I need a new keyboard. The G613 has a great life, but there's lots of key bounce now, but seems kind of random. Seriously, the flexibility to swap out the switches on these keyboards, even if you don't want to do the columnar keyboard, that raise keyboard that they make is really nice and still gives you that power to be able to reprogram with Base Core, this tool, and get to all the different features. I really, really like. If for nothing else, this tool is so worth it. Alone, this tool is worth it. And you can change the, not only can you change the colors of all the keys and set whatever RGB colors you want. That's kind of cool. Like, not gonna lie, that's kind of cool. But you can grab each individual edge going around here and make those different colors if you'd like. Right? Here, let's just make these red. And then I can go out here and make these yellow. Right, let's just do that. Save that. So this is layer 3. So now you can see up at the top here, right? It's adapted and it's got those individual lights going around. That is so cool. So cool. I'm seriously, like, I can geek out on just the color toys here. So, all right, back over here. We're working on building collections. Imazdrin, hello, it's going great. Zulia says a sponsorship would do it. Nice timing and advantage. Like, if somebody... regarding channel sponsorships, I get approached for a lot of weird things that folks want to sponsor my channel on, okay? I will not accept a sponsorship for something that I don't myself use, okay? Full disclosure, I'm not being paid anything to use this keyboard. They said, give it a try, see what you think. I'm really enjoying it, and for a premium keyboard to get it gratis and be able to work with it and use it and learn about it, I'm really enjoying it at a time when I was already looking at getting a new keyboard. I'm thankful that I was given that opportunity. If I refer folks and somebody buys a keyboard using my referral code, I do get a commission. Full disclosure, I get a commission. All right, fine. I'm going to put it right back into the stream anyway, but that's fine. I'm happy to share that information. And if you like it, if you use it, if you find it useful and you use my code, I get a little bit of a payment coming back. You've been looking at Moonlander and Glove 80 for a while, but the price tag is still a bit high. No doubt, a premium keyboard is going to cost premium dollars. Few more and I'm silver. I hope so, Comics. I hope so. You're welcome, Zolius. Happy to answer those questions. Goku Jack says, I want to host on Linux server. How to know if the packages I use in your app are compatible with Linux? Are you referring to .NET projects? If you're building something that's web-based, they should all be compatible with Linux. Should. How's the battery life on the keyboard? So I've tuned some of the lighting settings so that they turn off when it's not in use. I can dial down how bright it is when I'm unplugged, when I'm on wireless. At this configuration, they tell me that it'll get me about 3 to 4 hours. So that's not bad. I also did, under battery management, I enabled true sleep mode so that after 5 minutes, the keyboard almost completely shuts off and you have to touch a key in the middle to wake it up and get it to start working again. So that's nice. So, but there's energy saving modes in here to turn it on and off. So, let me see. Let me catch up here. Does it help type faster? I'm getting faster because I wasn't used to columnar ergonomic. I'm getting used to it. You see how the keys are in straight columns here, right? They're in straight columns. If this was the raise, their other keyboard, right? So if we had a virtual and we say it's a raise, right? Let's say it's the raise 2, right? So here's a virtual keyboard. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. It's the same staggered appearance that you're used to when you're working with a normal, standard, QWERTY, rectangular keyboard, right? But you do have, right, and the modifier keys are right where you'd expect them down here, and you do have the ability to swap out, right? You have a little bit of that thumb cluster down here to jump to other layers and whatnot, and full control of the underglow. Really cool. Base Core, you can download and play with this on your own without having a real keyboard, right? So, why does it say Defy? Dygma Raise 2. It's Raise 2, not Defy. So, I'm over on this one. This is the one I'm using. There we go. So, where's the scroll lock key? We discarded that one. Got rid of that one. You're thinking of getting one? If you're used to typing on an ergonomic keyboard, I'm told that you'll pick up and run with it very quickly. Learning and moving some of the keys is something to learn, but it helps with. Napalm says, hypothetical problem, we have this API that returns and creates data from Cosmos. Let me come back to that in just a second here. Robert says, what about job stuff? How do you manage the switch between layouts? I use this tool called Mouse Without Borders so that I use this same keyboard when I go over to my work machine. So this keyboard works on all my machines. I'm just connected, and it works on all of my computers here at the home. When I'm on a laptop, when I'm back on a standard QWERTY keyboard, it takes me a few seconds, typing for 30 seconds to a minute, and I'm back typing like I was before. So, yeah, Power Toys, exactly, called Mouse Without Borders. Let me go back to Napalm's comment here. Cosmos has a change feed and supports event sourcing materialized view pattern. Colleague is wanting to page through the event store to notify other apps that data changed, so they need to accommodate. You want to do it async via event grid. Yeah, I've seen folks recommend exactly that approach and architecture. Yep. Hey, Fick Cop. Hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. So here now it's saying, I don't know what the battery is. Go reload the battery. And it's reaching out to the device to read the state of the battery. And it says it's fully charged. You see the two green columns here? That indicates that it's 100% charged on each one of the halves. But this, for some reason, isn't, and it doesn't look like it's fully charged. But not that I care, I'm plugged in. So we're good there. Let me, let's back up, show you the state of the collection feature, and we'll start making some decisions and moving forward to improve this. Which one, events or paging through Event Store? I think you're going to want to do both. You're going to want to be able to receive events. See, I've got things that are in the wrong version now. You're going to want to be able to receive events and immediately update some things. And, what? Yeah, I know. I changed branches here. No, it didn't. It didn't unload. Like we're in a weird... Yeah. Okay. So you're going to want to be able to receive events to do some things. You're going to want to be able to spelunk through that list of changes to do other things. So having that flexibility to do both potentially is very nice to be able to do. No, nothing negative at all intended, Zulius. Not at all. No, it's okay. It's important for me in my, dare I say, journalistic integrity to be clear and transparent with the viewers about tools that I receive from sponsors, things that I'm paid to use, that I'm sponsored to use, because I want to make sure that you know that folks are asking me, hey, take a look at this. What do you think? So, yeah, it is a big jump to jump over to a split keyboard. Don't need to dispose the scope. It'll do that for me when it gets deallocated. Paging part is kind of a fallback if an event gets dropped. Exactly. If for some reason, right, something goes out of sync in that state management, right, you have a service that goes offline for 30 seconds. You need to refresh the state of that service, go page through the existing state in the database, rebuild the current state of things, and move forward. You're going to have snapshots that you're going to want to build and work with and move on from. All right, and admin. Lots of articles. We added a couple new articles yesterday. Collections, there we go. Get started with .NET Aspire with a funny description, and here's a little bit of it. I think I wanted to add the ability to drag and drop to change the sort order here. Thank you, Napalm. Yeah, right. And I think the scenario that you're talking about in your architecture with Cosmos is a scenario where it does make sense to say, I want to do one or the other. But when you start looking at longer term, there's going to be outages and support scenarios where it's going to make sense to have the flexibility to want to do both. So, yeah. Yep. It's so strange to see my hands. Sorry. There. Look. There they are. Look, Apple Watch. So, can I explain it further? You thought it needs to be disposed. So the scoped service here, right? I'll just create some space in here, right? And see, I hid. Is the underscore there? No, I forget where I hid the underscore. Here? Yeah, there it is. Security context, right? So the scope itself, right? I don't hang on to here. I just grab the service provider, grab the required service. That context is in a pool, right? So there's a database context pool that is creating and managing those. So it will reclaim those. These are both database contexts here, right? So the Earl Band repository here, not that one, right? So if we go to where this is actually implemented, there it is. This is actually in Redis. There's a table service client here. It grabs the contents and puts it in Redis and then reads and writes it in Redis so that it's extremely fast. Table client is an Azure table storage client. So these two will get cleaned up automatically because it's in a database context pool. So yeah, that's totally a thing. So there we go. All right. Where was I? So we were looking over here at the user interface. I don't like the remove button right up against this. I don't like that to be like an X, a delete X button, and over here, and I'd like to put either a grippy or an up-down button to allow these to move up and down and force the order of things. So, and then I think we've got something. I should put some sort of a link here so that you can actually get to this collection. So, right, if we delete that and replace it with, nope, that slash, yeah. Go back over here and delete all this. Nuts. This one. So there's the collection with the description there and the content below, and it's appearing in the order that I present it. And I think we already did some things to do collection, where is it? Yeah, collection razor. Oh no, I didn't do a output cache here. Well, let's put an output cache rule, right? Should probably be similar to category. So what's in my category? Category. Category page razor, there it is. And yeah, let's just use that. Wow, is it Rerun the Reuven? Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Back over here, and just go down here and paste that in. Boom, done. Let's move you down here. I like the. Do we put the injects first or the attribute first? I think that's fine. Okay. So if there's an update, right, there's a policy here for the category. If we look at everywhere that's used. You make me sad. Because it's commented out. It's over here. Cache policy category. So it lasts for 2 hours, and there's a tag all here. So if the cache is flushed, it'll remove and purge these automatically. You really dislike when people use reserved words for table or column names in SQL? Yeah, I can agree with you on that, Chris. Yeah, that's frustrating because it means you have to add extra notation to work with those things to escape them, and it's annoying. Couldn't you have called this couldn't you have called this column instead of key, the key, keys, table key instead of just key, right? Like, that's weird. So this also means that when we update a collection on the collection edit page, right, so collection edit, yes, yeah, that one. When we update, we're going to want to purge the collection. So yeah, that's save right there. We're going to want to, yeah, purge. I do that also on article edit. So I can probably grab the exact same code there and copy it. So on submit, here, cache evict tag async right there. Right? So after that's done, do that. But I need the cache. Where is it? Inject U. Copy that over here. Right there. All right. Cool. So when I save a collection, it'll purge it from output cache. That's easy. All right. And should the collection have a different collection edit? No, this page. I feel like category could probably go longer too. Like right now I have it on 2 hours and then it purges. I could probably have those go significantly longer. Like I have the homepage go on 6 hours. I have the article go on 2 hours. Like I could push this to 6. The author page, I could probably easily push to 12 because I purge it if there's an update. So why not just have it linger out there? Like, right? Category page, go 12. I could do the same thing with the videos. And the static pages, I mean, push it to 6 days. I don't care. What's the policy the RSS uses? The RSS and the sitemap. Right, there it is. Cache policy home. So that'll be 6 hours. That's fine. And sitemap. Home. So 6 hours. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it being out there and cached for a long period of time because it means that if there is no update, it's still loading the same thing from 6 hours ago. That's okay. Like, don't spend the time to regenerate that, John. Know what I mean? So, you have a table called group that messes up. Oh man, that's annoying, Chris. That's group? They couldn't name it groups. Or application group. Or, you know, app group. Or, ugh. Read the docs and I'm right. Thought it must be disposed, but when the scope is disposed, all created services will be disposed too. So, yeah. Cool. Very descriptive. I agree, Mac. Be a little bit more descriptive. The group. I like that, Billy. It's the group. The super group. You won't use the group. Anyways. Oh, I should add those. Should I add the collections then to the sitemap? Yeah, I think so. Right? So that the collections can be discovered. So the collection, right? So if we go over here, we look at collection repository, right? We have a collection object that has a slug. It has a name, description created by ID, add article, remove article. It'd be nice if we exposed the timestamp on it. Let's add timestamp to this. Oh my gosh, Jean Valjean. Hello.
Gene80 just resubscribed for 58 months.
58 months. Thank you so much, my friend. Great to see you. Jean Valjean, make sure you drop a follow to them. He's working on building a little application. Is it to manage whiskeys that you've tasted? Right up my alley. So, very cool stuff. So, yeah, right. Drop a follow over there. To our friend Jean Valjean 80. Right? Did I do that right? There we go. I hope I spelled that right. Yeah. You wish you were like this with coding, Raban89? Sadly, you don't even know where to start. What are you running into? Help me out here. What can we do to help make you successful? This is going to be a date time offset. Right, and look here. My keys are right here for these. And let's call this. I'm going to call this last updated. No, last updated. Right, and I'm only going to put. Now I need get and set on here. I really want it to be just get. But I do need a set. But it's only in the conversion. Can I do file set? Can we cheat and do that? Is that a thing? No. Doesn't like that. I can't do private set here. Well, actually, hang on. It's inside common, so I could make this internal. Why don't you like internal? Because you didn't spell it right, Fritz. That's not bad, right? So I could default this, right, to datetime offset now, like that. But when I convert, right? So I'm returning a collection entity. No, I'm not setting timestamp on this one. No, don't do that. But when I'm creating the collection... Oh, Fickcop with the cheer.
F1CHK0PP cheered 100.
Thank you so much for the cheer. Much appreciate. And we'll make an... Why did it jump way up there? We'll make another donation to a tech charity that I haven't spent time researching yet. And I feel bad about that. I do. Now, why doesn't it like... Because the date time... No, I'm still working here. That should have a value at this point. So, I should be able to say... say, right... No, I just dropped into Overwatch mode. Yeah. Dot value. Dot... Right? Or do I do something like this? Yeah. Like that. No. Why don't you like this? Do I really have to do has value? Right? That's annoying. Entity timestamp value. Like, yeah, I know, I'm working on it here. Why? It still doesn't like that. Like, okay, timestamp is nullable. Check to see if it has a value. Yeah, it can be simplified. Show me. You've watched and read tutorials on C#. You follow it. make it work, but as soon as you're away from the computer, you forget everything. That's okay. We have tools that help make it easier for us to remember. Look at all the things that Visual Studio is doing for me. Can't see the code, too many cameras in front. Thank you. Thank you for calling that out. I got to get used to the hands over here to show this off. Why am I getting that? It's... like... like, if I do the double... right, so if it's null... it still doesn't like that. Doesn't make sense to me. Because I'm doing the nullable check, and I'm... yeah, let's see, now it removed it. Sure, you can see the line that matters. We got it. So... that should have... okay. So now now I've got my date timestamp that I can flow into the collection, which I can use now on the sitemap to output and say, here's when things occurred. So this goes and gets all the articles. From the repository. Where is it? Where is articles being set? Repository get all. There we go. And it's iCollection repository, I thought, is where I'm getting. Yeah. So I'm going to need one of those to build the sitemap as well. And now I've got so many things that we're adding in here that let's okay. So now I can do yeah, there we go. From now services iCollection repository, right? And let's call this just collection repository. So there's the header, there's the articles. Yeah. Do I have a get all on those? I don't. Oh, maybe I do. Did I wire it up? That's a whole nother question. Let's see. Yep, I did. Sure did. And I have it casting them coming back. The question is going to be... I don't have a deleted flag right now, so anything that's in there as a collection will be visible in the sitemap. I need a green desk mat to key it out. Elgato makes one. They make one. Alright, so get all, and then I want to effectively do this same thing here. Right? And let's call this collection in collections. Cool. So the address is slash collection slash collection dot, I believe it's slug. I believe that's the property that I want. No. Really? Show me. Oh no, I don't have space over here now, so I can't. So I have to do this. Why doesn't it know what collections is here? Because I didn't do an await. Ah, darn it. Okay, so I don't have the slug sitting... There it is. Yeah, I was right. Slug. Okay. And this now can become, because I have the last updated. Yes, last updated. Change frequency never. No, that... I don't know what I want for change frequency. What are... Oops. I'm in here. Thank you. Right. What does change frequency look like for... right? Sitemap. Change... I hate reaching for that Q. The keyboard camera is right here, and it's right in my line of sight. Google ignores priority and change frequency values. Well, aren't you mean? Sitemap priority, change frequency weekly. I can make it daily, I guess. Is that a thing? Developers. Hey there, MIT graduate. Hello, welcome. There we go. Always constantly changing, so always is like the home page. Which I actually marked as daily. Articles never change. Collection, let's say collection changes weekly. That's probably good enough. I don't think I need an RSS feed update for this to include these. Really? Thanks so much. So I've got that now in the sitemap. So as we build collections, Google and Bing will discover them. And bingling with Google will be a thing. So that's all good there. Okay. Just keeping an eye on things. Next, I want I wanted to go back over to collection edit, and I wanted to move around that remove button. I wanted to change it to an X, font awesome X, to make it easy to click, because it's a button, not the word remove. Hang it on the right side, along with a grippy or an up-down button. I think up-down is going to be easier to do. Trying to do drag and drop with Blazor annoying. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. What hand cream do I use? I don't use a hand cream. Come on, finish loading here. Let's go. But clearly, I've got some significant updates we need to do to the chatbot as well. Like, it's way out of date on a bunch of stuff. What hand cream do I use? Oh, that's great. There are some folks have built components for it. I don't want to get into it right now. Because I think I can just do the simple up and down very quickly. But I want to... Let's open here. And let's tinker with the CSS for that remove button. Right. Article chooser ULLI. Crows!
Crows 4K just resubscribed for 71 months.
Thank you so much. My goodness. Why isn't it showing up on... Oh, there it is. It's not... 71 months. Thank you so much, my friend. Great having you here for my goodness, almost 6 years with us. Thank you, thank you. What cologne do I use when coding? That's a great question. I don't wear cologne. I do have some nice smelling soap that I use, so that Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is happy to see me. Right, that's a thing. Let me see. So this, I'll put it on just the element here. If I just do float right, I feel like that's a violation. It works. Is it going to work with this other one? This one? Right, float. But it's not the full height. Right, I feel like inside of here, right, we should do like display, flex, justify content. No. I don't want to do... Yeah, space if I do space between, then I'm going to have to do the remove button and get rid of the float on that. Right? I'm going to have to do the remove button and an up-down button in the same object. Doable. That's inline. So... Why doesn't it like this one? I did. Why is it saying it doesn't have any effect? It did. It's not on this one, it's on the next one. Iota. So I'm gonna go back to the collection edit. So here, article chooser. And it's... I also don't like that, but... Like, the search is nice, but... This is only a screen for me at this point, so I'm like... Yep, display... No... Display flex. Thank you. Right, it was justify content... right? Space between. Refresh. No, didn't apply it. Why didn't you apply it? I'm pretty sure I know why, but it didn't. Okay, so that'll move it over, but I want to change the remove to a... Right, there it is, right there. I want to change that to a font awesome. Right, I'm using font awesome in this one? Or am I using... app, razor... I am using... Not using font awesome. Well, there's your first problem, Fritz. I'm not using open icon or font awesome. I do have the Telerik theme there, but I don't think that's including a font. I can just use an emote. Right? Instead of the keyword remove, right? Like, I can do this and go in and find X. Right? And just do that. Right? Like, that's not... Hey, look! It's white. Well, hang on. It picked that up, but it didn't pick up the CSS change? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it didn't pick up the CSS change. Fine. Restart. See if it picked it up. Yeah, we need a UI UX expert. This is interesting. We should talk about this in just a second. Because it's making some of my friends very mad. Amazon is ordering all of their employees back to the office. Like, yeah. So, we should talk about that. The Immersed folks are supposed to be hosting... Is it today? Hosting their event talking about the visor today. And it should be starting, or should have started. Let's go back over here to admin. Collections. This. Let me peek in over here. There is a live stream, I thought. Developers. Don't say, hey, thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you joining me. There, that's much better. Yeah, the visor and immersed folks. What? Immersed VR there is a where's the company blog? September 19. Oh, drat. So it's Thursday. Fine. Is there a broadcast on this? Yeah, I signed up for this. I should be able to get the... If there is a broadcast, I should be able to get the broadcast, and we should be able to see this. But they're releasing and showing the visor for the first time. I'm really excited about this device, and the folks that have seen it really like it. And the word is this is gonna get VR enthusiasts to think about it differently. So we'll dig in and talk about that on Thursday. No, we're good. We're good. All right. So here I was looking for, hey, what happened? No, nothing happened yet. So that looks much better, and I get the button there to do the remove. Fine. And double click and it adds it over. Fine. That works for me. Maybe I should add a hover effect over here so that it's clear. You can double click. I should turn off select on those. Whatever. I'm not going to lose sleep on that one. Yes, I totally agree, Napalm. That's exactly what's going on. So, I just need now I need the up-down buttons, and I'd like that to be centered. So maybe I put this in a little collection, and I have this centered vertically, and then I'll have the up-down button organized so that they've got plenty of space between them. So, so if I go back over here, I've got that. So I would put, right, I would put a div here, and look, I've even got my little, right, and now I can go down here and do this. Oops. Move that up, come back over here, tab that over, jump out. That should work. That should work as is. And then I would have another little, I would want it to be a span with spans inside of it. Right? And I would have up, down, right? Something like that. Yeah, it's not going to reload. I want to talk about this real quick. I'm going to pause coding here for just a second. I want to talk about the change that the folks at Amazon are going through. Yeah, there it is. So I want to make that so that it's flexed sideways, so they're forced next to each other. The first one is centered vertically, and then up and down are spans that are set up next to each other. We'll do that layout in just a second. Let's pause for a second. I want to talk about this because this is something that I think is pretty important for us as a tech culture to discuss. They want to strengthen their culture and teams. Hey, we're making all this progress. When I first joined Amazon and this, our culture is unique and our success in our first 29 years. Keeping our culture strong is not a birthright. You have to work at it. So the number of people we've hired in the last 6 years to pursue those endeavors is pretty unusual. No, it's not. You grew really fast. You grew really fast, buddy. You need to hire folks quickly when you're growing fast. We want to operate like the world's largest startup. You're not. You're a $1 trillion company. You're in the Forbes 3. So Amazon notably has a culture that some folks vibe with, and some folks don't. And this is something that I think is absolutely happening here. In the last 15 months, we've been back at the office at least 3 days a week. That strengthened our conviction about the benefits. Whatever. We're going to make expectation active on June 2nd, 2025. With assigned desk arrangements in locations that were previously organized that way. So, we'll be moving forward. Before the pandemic, folks could work remotely 2 days a week, and that'll also be true moving forward. Our expectation is that people will be in the office outside of extenuating circumstances. So they expect you to be in an office unless you have a previously established remote arrangement. They expect you to be in the office 3 days a week. Minimum. Preferred 5 days. The cat's out of the bag on this one. Folks have been very productive for you, and you have made hundreds of billions of dollars with those folks working remotely. Where are you seeing inefficiencies in your organization that would benefit from saying, you know what, can we work together in person a little bit more? Where are you seeing those inefficiencies, and focus on those? Blanket across the organization saying everybody's got to come back and work in the office. When you have some folks that actually moved away from the office, it's going to push some folks to leave. It is. Because your competitors for talent in the FANG space, the high-tech space that is Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, and Microsoft, they don't have these policies. So, and quite frankly, some of us are being quite successful with folks working remotely. Some of the people that had relocated to the Pacific Northwest moved back to their homes in California, Arizona, Texas, even the East Coast. Some folks moved to the East Coast. So I look at this and I see a CEO that's admitting that your culture isn't strong enough to work unless you can look somebody in the eye. And you don't want to pay the travel expenses to have folks get together in person. And that's a culture shortcoming in your organization. Google has been quite vocal about how they need people in the same room in their culture to work, collaborate, document things, work together, and set out a plan. After that, they can go off and do things remotely, and it works out. They've been quite vocal about that, and that's great. I happen to work for an organization that is very much embracing folks working remotely and has found great success with it. There's different cultures, different organizations, and different job types that can work with this and that cannot. And this is a CEO saying, we've got too much invested in real estate to not be using it. And we're going to do, I think Napalm's right, a little bit of a silent layoff by saying you must now work in the office at least 3 days a week. Ammerhigh, how you doing there? Your boss gave up on getting back to the office on a regular basis. Guess you're the only one out of 6 developers being there on and off. Tarka Code, hello! You found me! Hey, I'm here. I'm on the Twitch TV. Thanks so much for tuning in. Yeah. Be on a meeting all day, so all you have to do is unmute and talk to your team. I've done that in the past, and it's not quite the same when you do need to be working in the same room with folks. There are places that, and organizations where it does work out better to do that. You're way less productive in the office as colleagues frequently come and ask for a coffee break. I find I find that I need to be re-energized, re-inspired by being able to reach out and talk to my colleagues. Last week when I was in Las Vegas, getting to see folks like Damian Edwards, John Galloway, Matty Montequilla, a handful of guys named Scott, and be able to talk to them about projects, things that are going on, is energizing. And I get energy off of that. I don't need it all the time. But, yeah, them. Works out nicely. Junie, after January, the company's moving, and then it's all about the culture. Hired in 2021, no one in the office, right, because of pandemic. So there was no culture. People are coming back that I don't know that don't know you that were hired at the same time. So there's a little bit of a click to continue controlling the work environment to make sure people are working, not being able to mesh work life and real life for a well-rounded experience and being productive in both aspects. Yes, I definitely see that in your case. Absolutely. So, forced attrition. Absolutely. Codebase Alpha chimes in and says, coding requires focus to get and stay in the flow. Totally agree. And I think software developers, I think folks that work in finance also, accounting and finance, where they're managing receipts and numbers and they're keeping track and watching the flow of money and having to be very, very high attention to detail in that line of work as well. Just like us writing code in the tech space, that focus and attention to detail, you want these folks focused on their screens and collaborating and working on those things in such a way that they are able to get focused, stay focused, because you don't want an accountant to lose track of some of the numbers that they're working on and have to go back and make a mistake. You don't want to interrupt them while they're doing that. So I'm with you there. Yeah, Ammerhall says same thing, but for Ammerhall, main advantage of being in the office is coffee breaks and socializing. And that's what I'm talking about, the re-energizing. That's what I'm talking about the re-energizing there. A handful of guys named Scott. That's right. Isn't it a prerequisite to have one of your names be Scott? No. No. Try to be in the office twice a year. Get to a small conference every year. Yeah, absolutely. You welcome ex-AWS employees to come work with you. Yeah. Yeah. High-Tech Redneck says there's far too many distractions in the office. Here I can turn music up as loud as I need. Can't complain. I can control the temperature. Yes. Our friend Fierce Kittens was visiting the local Microsoft field office last week. Went in, and the field office has what they call hotel seating. There's an open room with desks, so you can come in, you can sit down and kind of claim one for the day and work there. And other folks came in and turned on the lights, and where the dimmer lights are kind of nice for folks that want to be able to focus, but turned on the lights, adjusted the temperature and things, and it was unsettling. It created an uncomfortable environment for her that she wasn't expecting or used to, because like me and other folks, she primarily works from home. And I totally see that. What I do when I go to a Microsoft office, I try and steal one of the phone rooms. I try and find one of it's a closet that they make up so that you can talk on the phone in there. It's got a little bit of soundproofing. I try and find one of those and turn it into my private office for the day. So, one of the Scots tweeted that type of policy would cause an exodus in my organization. Yes, he did. He did. Folks would not be happy. And for the team that I work on, for the type of work that I do, it's beneficial to have folks remotely and scattered on different time zones, because we do things that engage with different geographies, and being able to get us locally dialed in and ramped up with folks on the East Coast or folks on the West Coast of the States or Western Europe, to have that ability to drop in quickly to those geographies is beneficial when you talk about a community engagement organization. Healthcare as well. Yes, managing healthcare and dealing with those things. I do a bit of time shifting in my work. So if I need to go to a doctor's appointment, I'll time shift. And okay, I'm out of the home office for 3 hours to go to the doctor's appointment. I'll just put in, an extra hour today, an extra hour tomorrow, and one more on Thursday, right? I'll time shift a little bit to kind of make up for it. Fantastic benefit of remote is being able to multitask. I have to sleep on different challenges. Yes. Mac with a great point here. Being able to step away, walk outside, sit on the back porch, have a cold beverage and think about something, sketch something out, go for a walk with the dog while you're thinking about something, just to change up your pace can help. Places in that FANG group of companies try to provide facilities that give you those types of activities. Hey, you want to go down to the cafeteria? There's a gym you can go down to. There's racquetball courts, volleyball, a beach volleyball court set up out in the courtyard. There's shuffleboard set up and so on and so forth. And these areas that you can go and kind of change things up to try and jostle your mind and get you thinking something different so you can approach with a different mindset. Can't do personal calls at work or home, and at home you have a better balance. Work-life balance is a big deal. Junie makes a great point here. Work-life balance is a big deal, and being able to take personal calls and juggle some of those things can definitely help with your mental health. High-Tech Redneck spent their lunch wandering the yard and with the dogs yesterday. There you go. A lot different than having to wander around the concrete parking lot. Totally agree. Being able to take your dog, something, your family member, right? For many of us, our pets are our family members, and be able to throw the ball, go for a walk, play for a little bit, and get that stress release. And then come back and refocus because you took your 15-20 minute break to go play with the dog. Take the dog out to do its business, and so on and so forth. Yeah, right? It gives you that release, and it's a good thing. Napalm will always be thankful of getting more time with the dog. Oh, man. I get that totally. Ozzy went around the corner. Ozzy! Come here, Ozzy! Ozzy, my dog's around the corner in the other room. I'm trying to get him to come over. Ozzy! Maybe he's asleep. I don't know. I can't see. He's around the corner. Anyways, and I did name him after Osborne because that dog is a crazy train. Let me tell you. If you're in an ops role, an expectation of 100% on call, yeah, forget that. No. That's right. He's in the house, but of course he's in the house. That's where he lives, but he's in the other room, and I have the doors open so he can wander in here. You got the dog because of home office. It is so nice having our pets or animals here. Yeah. As long as he doesn't bite the heads off bats. No. He does not do that. Ozzy's a good boy. He is a little crazy, a little nutty. So, not gonna lie. And there was a mention about, hey, are you gonna play Overwatch sometime soon? Let's try and get this management feature done, and build a collection or two and link them in the sidebar, and then maybe we can play some Overwatch. That'll be fun. I can show you where I am at this point and how the keyboard works with Overwatch. Last night on call tonight. Very cool. Oh yeah. Yep. Some Diva time, absolutely. And I haven't shown. I got on stream. I have a few of the a few additional legendary diva skins that I use now. So let me head back over to the code and let's see if we can finish this feature and get it deployed. Does he wander around the house babbling unintelligible? He does vocalize a bit. He does. So, like, when I came home from Las Vegas and I came walking in the side door next to the driveway, he was all jumping up and down. Oh my gosh! As a dog parent, it's so great, so great. Loved it. So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. All right, so I want to fix this just a little bit here. So let me bring up the developer tools again. Let's see if we can zoom in here and write some CSS to clean this up. So if I do a display flex on this, gotta have a good one, Robert. Thank you so much for joining us. Right, display. If I do this one flex, and if we say flex, right, flex direction, it's not, is it column? I think that's what I want. No, it didn't do it. White. Oh, you know what? It's just got the text in it. We need to actually put those two things inside of a gimmick here, right? No. What? This one. There we go. Yeah. Span, right? And that. You're coming with me. Right, we're going to go over here, we're going to paste that in, and then we're going to go down here, we're going to go back over here, and we're going to start typing, right? Yeah. Span, and this, and we are going to go this way, cut that, go over here, paste it. Yeah. There we go. Just the way I sketched it up. Is it going to redo? Oh, wait, maybe. Okay, it did put them in. All right, so this one here, right? I want to, right? Can I do display flex, right? And then do the flex direction. I think not column reverse. Yeah, I want column. Now chooser remove. So I do want those. Right? On this thing. Okay. Yeah. And that's inside this div. And this div, I want to do flex direction row. Right? Style equals, right? Display, yes. Flex, and flex direction row. Yeah, I think that's it. So, no. Oh, yes, yes. Okay. It should be the full height. Why isn't it the full height? Is there like a margin bottom on this thing? Or is it because of the height of this one? I think it is. Yeah. What if I put a height 100% on this, John? Right? 100%. No. Oh gosh. Ugh. Ugh. Why am I not getting... Hey, how you doing there? FJ Ruiz Perez, hello? It is like a glove. How you doing there, Tarka? How many boxes in my CSS? Oh, I don't even want to think about it. Oh, I don't want to think about it. Isn't row the default? Yeah, it is. I can remove that, it looks like. Yep. Yep. Right, okay. So that's gone. But why isn't it the full height? Right? This thing. Final Stack.
Final Stack just resubscribed for 39 months.
Thank you so much for the resub. Hello. Yeah, why am I not getting... what? Like... Huh? Okay, there's a... Look at that. So maybe I go into this, John. Right? Yeah, there's an 8. Top and bottom. So if we go into this, John, and we add... Yeah, I joined. And we do a margin... Right? And let's do -8. That's not bad. That's not bad. Right? And I can center... Yeah. So choose or remove. Let's add align content center. Nope, not that one. Chooser dash remove. Where did I put that? I don't have one. Right? Yeah. So let's add one. Chooser dash remove. And right, it was margin. And we got to do -8 pixels. Okay. No, wait a sec. No. Wrong one. We want, right, it was align content. Center. Okay, so that should get that aligned, but it was the div around it that we needed to put. This one, we needed to put the margin -8 pixels on that. this one. Why did you run way over there? Margin -8 pixels. And come on, hot reload that, John. There it goes. Okay. Chooser dash remove. Let's bring this down so I've got the markup down here, and up top here I'll go up to the CSS. Dot chooser dash remove. There it is. Okay, so it picked that up. And now up down, I want to flex so that it... Does it have a set height? No, because there's wrapping that sometimes happens over here. I think I want to put a margin left of 8 pixels over here so I create some space. Right, let's... not that one. This one. Right, it's not that. This one. So let's change this to margin left. Right, if we make that positive, if we make that clickable, you make me sad. It was right here. So if I do, where's the li? The left one here is... Well, there it is right there. If I do the div on that, right, I can start to... yeah, article chooser, li, div... Oh, really? What? Delete that. Go over here. Okay. Let's take this, paste it in there, put you there, and now I can get rid of that. So now instead of margin 8 pixels, so that's top. Right? So top, right, bottom, and on the left, I do want 8 pixels. Nah, do I do 0? Maybe I do 0. That might be it. So that's gonna reload. There it goes. Yee, what did I do there? It doesn't have the... There we go. Now that looks better. And I've got a little bit of space on that. Okay, so on the right now, the up-down, I need to align that. So, so up-down, these two, right? I don't want to put an ID on it, but I could put a... If I... Well, maybe I change this to... class equals... Right now I got to do quote. Chooser move. Right? And then I can take that. Chooser move. Why is it in different color? I think we're okay. I think I'm okay. So paste those in and go back over here. Okay. I can get rid of this style block. So now on that, display flex direction column, and I should be able to do, like, right, force it to specific height. Have a good one, Target Code. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, these, like, let's particularly go to these. And is it going to be align content? I think it's justify content. And space between. Space evenly is probably pretty good. I like space evenly. So, justify content, space it evenly. Justify content, space evenly. And now we can do something with these things. Are there emojis for an up and down? Yes, there are. There are, and we can totally cheat and use those. Right? Ah, they're hiding here behind. Here, scroll that up. Why are you way down here, man? Everybody wants to see you. So there's these up arrows. Why didn't you? You're coming with me. And I'll replace that. Now see, there's this down. I like that better. You know? Is it upwards? Yeah, look, I like that. There we go. So, back over to the thing. There we go. Yeah, not the keyboard. Yeah, Raventhorn, I gotta update it. Hey, Picky. Did I participate in the Microsoft Hackathon this year? No. 10th year going. I have an event this week that we're running, so I can't participate in the hackathon. I'm leaving for an event next week, so I've got some other tasks and things that I have to do coming off of the event that I was at last week and getting ready for the event that I have next week. So I had an event last week. There's a virtual event this week on Wednesday, Microsoft.NET, or Azure.NET Aspire Day. That's right. Where is it? Dev blogs, right? Microsoft.com. So there's a virtual event that we have. Here it is. Azure Developers.NET Aspire Day. So they're requiring you to register for this. It's on YouTube. But it's tomorrow. So I'm a part of this also. They didn't list any of the content here. So that's tomorrow that you're going to be able to tune in and see. Because I'm working on this, I've got stuff to wrap up from the event I was at last week, and I've got an event next week. I can't do the hackathon, and every year something comes up that keeps me from being able to do the hackathon, some other business rule. So I've never done a Microsoft hackathon because I always have an assignment to work on, or an event, or I'm out of the office at an event that prevents me from participating in it. So nope, unfortunately, never participated in the hackathon. So this keyboard that you see right here, this is the Dygma Defy. There's a link to it just below on the Twitch channel that you can click into and take a look at. We did spend some time at the top of the stream talking about it. Perhaps have the up down on the left side and the article title and the X on the right. That's not bad either, because it separates then some of the clicking interactions. Heat broke. Right, because now I've got 3 sets of buttons and it becomes a little bit trickier pressing buttons. The up down are kind of nicer on the right side too. One second here. And there we go. I gotta be careful. Now you can see what I'm typing when I'm not on screen. You feel like Dev Intersection is dying off? Why was it? You were there and it was such a small crowd. Hosts were getting... So here's the thing, right? And Raventhorn, that's all very good feedback, and you're not wrong. The problem was they moved the event from April, and the promotion behind it wasn't anywhere near as strong because they moved it to right after everybody was away for holiday over the summer. So the ability to promote and get stuff there, the ability for them to have budget to be able to do some more extravagant interactions, not quite there. And quite frankly, they probably lost money on this one because it was a small crowd. They want to do more with the event. There's more that we want to integrate and grow and do with it. It's just it's a problem with landing the time and getting a commitment on it. There weren't a lot of sponsors. So actually, Raventhorn, just the other way around. Orlando and Austin are not inclusive locations. We've run into this problem trying to work with those locations. Here's the deal. In Orlando, they have bathroom laws. In Orlando, if you don't present as the gender whose restroom you're walking into, you can be arrested in the state of Florida. Texas is outwardly hostile towards women and female presenting folks. So while I hear you that folks are considering moving to those locations, unfortunately the laws in those 2 states in particular are not friendly to folks who are not cis aligned with their genders. And in wanting to be open and inclusive and ensure that everyone regardless of their background, feels welcome and able to participate in an event, it means that while the laws in the states of Florida and Texas are the way they are, for a large inclusive technical event, I cannot consider those. I cannot consider those. Others may be all right with that, but it's not something. So Seattle is very much on board. Seattle also has the same benefit that Las Vegas has. The state of Nevada, the state of Washington do not have an income tax that they impose on traveling employees. California is extremely expensive to host in. Extremely expensive. Because they charge, is it 8%? 8% income tax for each day that you are in the state of California. See, there's a rude wake-up call coming to all the Twitch streamers that are going to TwitchCon. Because when you go to TwitchCon, you're working on Twitch. Which means you owe income tax, regardless of whether or not you live in the state of California, to the state of California for the 2, 3, 4 days that you're in the state of California working at TwitchCon. This is what happens with professional athletes when they travel from city to city, and why they have accountants do all of their taxes, because as soon as you travel to another city, you start owing them income tax. It's particularly bad with New York City. New York City charges income tax by the hour that you are in the city. So they have, I think it's 7%, and they charge you per hour. So if you're on the ground at JFK on a layover, if you are there on a work trip, you technically owe the state of New York income tax for each hour that you are on the ground. That's a problem. That's a problem for folks that make a couple bucks. You wouldn't mind doing Seattle? So Seattle is it's a really nice convention center, the State of Washington Convention Center. The problem is it's not very large. So holding more than 10, 15,000 is hard to do. So is that tracked somehow? That's just it. It's not like the state isn't going to come and track you down and say, hey, you owe me, right? The folks that are going to TwitchCon probably not going to get rung up on that, but technically they will. It is a complex situation. A lot of folks just don't report it, and that's the end of it. But for folks like Dr. Lupo, I'm trying to think of some of the other folks that just came back from YouTube, right? Tim the Tat Man, going to TwitchCon for the type of income that they make off of Twitch. Pirate Software is going to be another one. Their accountants are going to say, technically you owe, and for them it's going to be thousands of dollars to the state of California for the 3-4 days that you're in the state of California. Other than tax-related benefits, what other features make cities like Seattle or Las Vegas favorable? Las Vegas has a tremendous amount of convention space. Typically very good weather. So traveling between venues in Las Vegas, really, really good to do. And certainly there are plenty of entertainment opportunities in the evening. Everybody can get a plane into Las Vegas easily. Seattle's a little bit trickier to get a plane into. Seattle has a smaller convention center. Seattle's convention center, if you have to go from one building to the other, is a couple blocks apart, similar to Las Vegas. Las Vegas, though, has monorail you can take between the various casinos and convention centers. Like if you want to go to MGM Grand to Venetian, there's a monorail you can take that'll drop you off. So that's very doable. Seattle, though, the hotels are kind of small that are downtown. They also don't have their mass transit in Seattle is bus. There is a subway. It's a growing ecosystem that they're building there in the subway, in the train system. In the next few years, that train system is going to make it real easy to stay a little bit further outside the city and commute in for an event. Parking's pretty good at the State of Washington Convention Center. So I would lean into those things. But as soon as you want to host more than 10,000 people, Seattle won't fit you. 10, 15,000, you're going to run into an issue. And Las Vegas has more than ample space for that. AWS shows that every year with reInvent. Las Vegas also has multiple large stages. So if you want to have a keynote and seat 12,000 people, there are arenas, MGM Garden Arena, T-Mobile Arena, that you can rent out at a reasonable price and play some of that larger content at. Theaters, venues that are available in Las Vegas. Seattle, not so much. They have to put together a couple of conference rooms at the convention center. It's kind of like before Amazon handled sales tax. Yeah, you had to report it. Nobody reported it. Ignite was always packed in Seattle. Yes, it was, Josh. You're right. And they're back in Chicago this year for Microsoft Ignite. And Chicago has a good-sized convention center. They're at the McCormick Convention Center. Do I have that right? I have not heard anything about content for Ignite. The week before is .NET Conf. .NET Conf is the week before Ignite. Say Ignite is 19th to the 22nd. I thought they were at the McCormick Convention Center. Do I have that right? Register, blah, blah, blah. Convince your manager. I thought it's not showing the venue. It's just saying, hey, we're in Chicago. Yeah, we're in Chicago. Chicago's a big place. Know what I'm saying? What are the event dates? Why should I? What's included? Included. Should I book my hotels and flights? Yes, you should, because Chicago is also a hub, so it's not too bad getting a plane into there. It doesn't say. That's weird. Get started, highlights and resources, support, accessibility, like, yeah, I don't see it. Where is Microsoft Ignite 2024? And it should say Chicago. Yeah, McCormick, there it is. There's two convention centers in Chicago. McCormick's the bigger one, and it's kind of outside town, so you end up with folks staying at the hotels downtown, and there's a bus system that takes you back and forth to the convention center, and the buses take a good 10-15 minutes to get back and forth, and it's a little weird, not gonna lie. It'd be great to get to Chicago. I've got a number of friends in Chicago that I would love to visit. We'll see if they recruit me to help out with Ignite. So, VS Live does their conference on campus. It's also small enough that they can do the conference on campus because the conference venue there in Building 33 on the Microsoft campus you can seat 300 for a keynote in the largest rooms there. I'm thinking the Kodiak room. You can seat 400 or 500 in the main room on the right side. I forget what it's called. So it's an option that absolutely can happen. But if you plan on hosting more than 1,000 people, you can't be on campus. There isn't that amount of space there. So they've built tents and things on campus to host more folks in the past. You're not going to see that with a Microsoft event going forward. It's easier to hand off the logistics to another venue and let them do it. They made the conference center bigger. So there's a new conference center in Seattle. Is I think what you're thinking of. Seattle Convention Center. So Washington State Convention Center. So there's 2 different parts to the convention center now. There's actually 3 buildings. Yeah. So there's the arch that goes across. I forget what street this is. And the summit is around the corner and over here. I do not like the summit building. I have a fear of heights. And the summit building is very open air. And it's 6 floors, but those 6 floors it's actually more like 12 to 15 stories tall. So, like, it is open air all the way up this. Like, the arch building isn't too bad with that. Show me pictures from inside. There. This thing. No, I wanted to see the picture, darn it. And this is just me, right? No, I want to copy the image. I want to open the image, man. You're not going to show me the image. No. Can you show me? Yeah, it's on Pike is where the arch is. This is a beautiful venue. Look at that. Right? There's a seating area over here and escalators. What they're not telling you is stop, go back. What they're not showing you there, venues, summit. And this is strictly me, okay? I am can we see the picture? You're not going to show me the whole picture. I don't want. No. You're not going to show the whole picture. Like, we're going to show it if I... There we go. This is from the ground floor up to the 6th floor up top here, okay? Looking out over this and looking all the way down like that, as somebody who has a fear of heights, I can't walk near this at all. It scares the snot out of me. That's me. It gives me vertigo. Other folks really enjoy being in this facility. They've got some great features there, some very nice rooms, some great high-tech capabilities with broadcasting. I can't walk around it because it literally has that height thing going on there, and I can't do it. I'm just afraid of the space. So, but he has his returns withheld by Ohio because he was there for 3 weeks. Yeah. Yep, there you go. You could do New Hampshire, no income tax, no sales tax. Yeah, there you go, Raventhorn. Absolutely. You're looking forward to living in Las Vegas, being able to get to some of those conferences. Yeah, there's some nice conferences that do happen in Las Vegas. Summit building, yeah, that's the new one. Yep. The old one was the Arch building. The Arch building I occasionally had some vertigo in, but not like I do in Summit. In the Summit building, I take the elevators everywhere and I avoid that. So, yeah, they're walking distance from each other. It's 2-3 blocks around the corner is what it is. So, look, it's a fantastic facility. Don't get me wrong. I really think they did a nice job. It's architected beautifully. As somebody with a fear of heights, I do not want to be in that building. If you have a fear of heights, you might feel differently, but that's me. So, and I will work it out if I need to be in that building. But if I have my choice between Summit or Arch, I'm going to choose Arch. And that's just me. No, not a problem, Raventhorn. Happy to answer the questions. So, and it says nothing, the facility there says nothing about the quality of the content and the events that are presented there. There's certain size limitations because of the size of that facility that you have to choose. And I think if if Microsoft or Amazon is expecting to host more than 10,000 people for an event, they're not going to do it in Seattle. They need to go where the bigger venues are, and that means Las Vegas, New Orleans, Chicago, Orlando. These are options to consider that do have a larger facility for hosting folks. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. There's different size facilities for different size events, and if you're planning an event that you want to have a little bit more intimate, 5 to 10,000 people, Seattle's a great place for it. You want to go big and host tens of thousands of people? You can't beat Las Vegas or Orlando. You can't beat it. New Orleans has a great size venue as well, and so does Chicago. Those are, in my experience, great places to host events. So, California has a couple nice size places, but folks run into issues with the politics and taxing and the cost of things in California. California, in general, is very expensive. Just cost of living expensive. So, similar venue in Europe to host this kind of event, London. London has a number of them, but once again, London is very expensive. So, Chicago has good food. If you go to Chicago for an event, get ready to enjoy some protein while you're in town. Let me tell you. All right. So, New Orleans. I've been to New Orleans for events twice, and for Tech Ed twice. Amazing venue. Amazing venue. A lot of fun down there. A lot of possibility to get in trouble in New Orleans, just like in Las Vegas. So that's why Valve moved Dota to the international out of Seattle, the venue size. I would believe it, Mac. I would believe it. Yeah, and that's a good problem. Outgrowing a venue. Nothing bad about the venue. There's different types for different folks. That's all. So, and I know that, okay. I know that there are folks who might be offended at some of my description. Those are my opinions. Those aren't the comments of my employer. That isn't the way that my employer looks at these things. And certainly, if somebody's offended because I said that I'm afraid of heights, that's not exactly very inclusive and collaborative. To dismiss somebody's fear of heights is kind of mean. Know what I'm saying? So, it's just Jay. Hello. Welcome. So, shows I have a healthy community. Well, thank you. Yeah, I think you're right, Josh. Looking back at this and trying to finish this off, so the remove button we know works, and I should probably, for accessibility, I should probably put an alt tag on that, or a title tag, so that it's clear what that is doing, right? Yeah, if we do title equals and add some quotes there and say, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. It's on the remove button. Where did I put that? Here. Right? Class on click. Yeah, let's put a carriage return in here, move that over. And let's put a title on this so that we get a little bit of context as to what that is, and we're going to want to do the same thing here. Title equals move up, right? Title equals there we go, move down, and then we have to wire up the on clicks on these and something with that. If I were to move these so that they were before that, let's leave it the way it is right now. For right now. You'd pay to bring your team to .NET Conf if it was an on-prem show. It's that important to your work. Raventhorn, I'm going to quote you on that. Because that having .NET Conf make available an on-prem segment, at the very least a segment, has been discussed a number of times. It's a question of the investment to add an on-prem element. Right now, .NET Conf runs very, very cheap. Very, very cheap, very, very lean. So it's extremely cost-effective. Bringing an on-prem, in-person experience to .NET Conf, we did that with Microsoft Connect in 2018. It was extremely valuable. It had a very high return on investment. Getting that type of budget allocation right now is something that the team would love to be able to accommodate, not for 2024. 2025, in our 15th year of .NET Conf, would be very interesting to be able to do. We'll see. It's been in the discussion. It's something that folks would really like to be able to do, to offer, but it's a question of budget investment and something that for right now meets its needs at a very low budget cost. So let's see here. Josh is looking to deploy an Aspire application to an Azure web app with all the features still working in a web app, or will I be missing out on anything? You're going to have to write your scripts to do the deployment to a web app. The service discovery is something that you're going to have to plumb and add into it yourself. It won't do that by default. You're going to have to get that wired up. It will work. It will work. You can do it. But the service discovery stuff, passing around the names and locations of things, you're going to have to wire up those environment variables yourself. Can absolutely be done. But it's something you need to build and maintain your own scripts to do. Napalm would also consider going to a .NET Conf in person. Needs to be a mix of .NET Conf and Azure, though. Build is mostly marketing talks from what you've been told anyway. You can look at the content for Build. There's a very marketing first approach in Build. Yes. Networking is important. Totally agree. It's not a 3 a.m. developer or boots on the ground developer conference. So that's just it. For .NET Conf, we have that third day that's all community content that runs around the clock. I would like to find a venue, if we're going to host .NET Conf in person, that we could do 24 hours around the clock for day 3. And have some in-person hackathon interaction that's happening that third day in person. Your last Microsoft conference was in 2007 with Silverlight. Oh my goodness. All right, so I have these buttons here. I need to put an on click on it that will move them up and down. That shouldn't be too hard though, right? So if we add an on click here, right? See, doing the shift at instead of putting an at symbol over here on this layer, like I could put at over here, but then I'm still doing kind of a shift to get to it. And if I put it here under this ring finger where the W is, right? Here we go, back to keyboard layout theory. So I could put the at sign there. Right? So if I put at, right, so now it's the at sign. So now at is there, put a color on that, John. And let's make that, right, purple. That's fine. And now when I go over to there, you can see the W is lit up here on the keyboard. So that I can do that. So now if I go over here, if I want to do right at on click, I can go at, and I'm not reaching all the way up to the 2. You made fun of the Eagles Flyers while you were there? Yeah. So, let's see. At on click equals, right? And I want to say, I need to pass in the context of it. So we're going to need to do, once again here, right? And then I can do, and I need to do another one of these and some of that. And, ooh, that's fun. That was fun. I could do this collection dot move article up, right? Right? I could do something like that. Right? I mean, heck, let's just go all the way to call it move article up and add that. Right? Parenthesis. And the article that I'm moving is going to be article dot slug. Slug. Right? That's not bad at all. Like, I can work with that. I can totally work with that. So let's take this whole John. Copy that. Come down here. Move over one space. And paste. And we'll just change this from move article up to move article down. And so I need to go over to this collection, which is a collection object. Yes, I know. It doesn't know what that is yet. I will add it. Right? Because I'm just moving stuff around inside the collection object. So we already have add article, remove article. So let's add... Right? Public void... Oh, come on, you're not going to move article up, right? Oh, yes, look at that. Article slugs as a list, find it, remove at that location, insert at that location, list to array. That's if it's greater than 0. Yeah, I think that works. Let's do one more here. Generate that John for me. Move article down for a slug. Go get the list index of that slug. If it's not the last one, remove it at that, insert it at the new location, and reset the list of slugs. Let's see if that works. Because that feels like really, really good. I need to update that keyboard command. That's not the right keyboard. I'm using the Dygma Defy, and there's a link to it just below the Devil Kid. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to update that off stream here. And off stream? On stream. We'll get that. Come on. Here we go. All right. And I was also thinking about, regarding the keyboard, I was also thinking about saving my settings into my .files repository on GitHub so folks can download it. Tinker with it and whatnot. All right. No. I have another one open that has this. We just refresh and get right back into the same thing. So if I want to move this up, yeah. And that doesn't do anything, and if I click down, it moves down. Cool. But will it actually save it there? So let's move ASP.NET Community Stand Up to the top. Maybe I need a top button. Hey, Nate UDev, hello. So if I save that now, right? And I click back in, the ASP.NET Community Stand Up, yep, it's at the top. And if we move it to the bottom, right, can we get that to move to the bottom? Okay, manage collections, click back in, and now it's on the bottom. Okay, so it is remembering, and the moving works. And if I go to the actual collection, right? We can get rid of all this. And, nope, wrong way. That one. And now ASP.NET Community Stand-Ups at the bottom. Terrific. So I have a way to organize and order things and have it display properly on here. Cool. Cool. I'm happy with that feature. I think we've got some data to work on here, right? So if I cancel, should route me back, and I can do a delete and move on from there. Chamusta, how am I finding it? Been intrigued by the split ergo keyboards. I've been typing for 40 years, right? So getting used to a new layout is definitely something, and the columnar arrangement of the keys here is definitely a learning experience. They have another one available called the Raise that separates, but is the standard staggered layout here that you can use mashed directly against each other, right? So it feels just like a normal standard QWERTY US English keyboard, or you can separate it when you're ready to do some of that. I think this is a great on-ramp to really where I'm at the far end of it using the Defy with the rounded keyboard here that's able to adapt and do different things. Am I deploying the Aspire project to container apps? Yes. So this is the Defy. So I'll bring up that page again. So keyboards, Defy, and now, darn it. There we go. So I'll share that link. You're on YouTube, so I'll post it on YouTube. And it'll come back across. So, but, or maybe it won't come back across. There you go. There's the link. So cool. And I've been really enjoying this and getting better at typing with it. So, I think right, where else? There we go. I think I'm ready to build some of this collection content and add a link to the side that says particularly get started is one of the things that I wanted to build here for this. This is a, why am I talking and typing this? When I could just dictate it. This is a collection of articles, videos, and podcasts to help you get familiar with .NET Aspire and start using it right away. Period. Yeah, not bad. So, and we can fix this so that it is .NET. There we go. So what articles do we add? Right? Getting started with .NET Aspire from this person. Get started with .NET Aspire. Startup dependencies. Let's learn .NET Aspire. Yes. Let's see, what else do we want to add? Hosting MongoDB. Sure, that's a good one to put in there. Using SQL database components. Sure, that's a good one to put in there also. I would put that before Mongo. Scott Hunter's keynote talking about it. No. Basics with Azure deployment, yes. No. 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 Yes. And I put that second. There's a .NET Rocks. Yeah, with Scott Hunter. I thought there was one with David Fowler as well. No, that's not a getting started, is it? Wasn't there a .NET... Save what we've got there now. Wasn't there a .NET Rocks with David Fowler? I thought there was. .NET Aspire with Damian Fowler. Right there. Oh, it's not in the .NET Rocks, isn't in the title. But this one is talk to Fowler about work creating tools, blah, blah, blah. I think there might be a discussion collection. Learn about what it is. But get started. Maybe that's not. Let's see here. What else? See, these discussions where they're not training, but it's more a discussion about it. I don't want to focus. This is a teaching, and these are kind of tutorials. Like criticism and analysis of it, I don't want to include in a getting started, you know? Nate UDev wants to get started with a project using .NET Aspire. What should be the mentality? Develop from a microservice perspective? No. Use whatever... When I talk to folks about using .NET Aspire, build the way that you want to build. .NET Aspire will facilitate the type of application you want. You just want to build a website that connects to a database? Fantastic. .NET Aspire will help you with that. Setting up retry algorithms, setting up logging and metrics for how you connect to the database. Set up metrics and logging from the database so that you can capture and look at all those things that are happening. You want to start setting up and integrating microservices that are going to perform other tasks for you. In the case of this website, I have microservices that generate thumbnails. Fantastic. You can write those as worker services, and it will deploy and maintain those and maintain the connections to the rest of the application system. Great stuff that you want to actually be doing, but it's not quite there from the get-go. Like, it's an opinionated way to get in and get started. Let's start with just this collection. Let's start with just this. I didn't even see. Did I have an Azure element? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So that collection now I want to link in the sidebar. So I'm going to hard code it into the sidebar. I should have left it running. I should have left it running. Go back, put it in the sidebar again. And Nate, it'll help you with existing applications as well. Come on, finish. Man. Sidebar. Really? Go back to the front page. where was I? Yeah, sidebar eraser. Here we go. So I've got some collections here for featured articles, more articles. I think after featured article, I could put I could put a block that is, we could call it like featured collection, right? Span class equals sidebar title, right? And let's call this yeah, featured collections. That sounds cool, right? That sounds kind of important. And I can do a UL, yeah, right? And just start with that first LI. And I'm going to put an anchor inside of there. Yeah. Href equals, and it's going to be slash, is it collection or collections? Collection. And the name of the collection, thanks so much, right, is this. So I can do right, and now close that, get started with .NET Aspire. I think that's all I want, right? Yeah, there we go. I'm still getting used to the new keys that we just laid out here. So now if I go back over here and it refreshed the page already for us. So featured posts. Can we force a hot reload here? Featured collections, get started with .NET Aspire. Not right, and that jumps over. Yep. We probably want to hide this while we're... Nah, we're okay showing it, but I've got the LI visible there. Right? UL class small posts. I forgot to put that. Alright, so we'll grab this. Save that. Go back over here. Is it going to hot reload? Is it going to hot reload? I'd really like it to hot reload, because that would be so fancy. Right? No. Well, that's not right. Oh, there's supposed to be an image. It's an image inside of it. It should be an H2 with it. Okay, fine. Right. I am capable of adding an H2. Yank that. And go over here. I think that's right, right? H2 outside the anchor? Yeah. Come on. More articles, sidebar title, li. Yeah. That needs to be wrapping it for this. So annoying. Which means down here, and then we want to do... No, wrong way, you fool. Come on. Update. Show me what it got. Hey, CW Brandstyle. How you doing? There's no image over here. I don't want it. Don't want it. Sidebar title, and then there's a paragraph. Rats. Get rid of the div. Get rid of this too. This bit right here. It didn't. Yuck. So the H2 is nice, but I want to get it to lose that. So what if I did class equals right, let's say small post list. And take this. No. Right. Take this thing right here. Right, and I want to get this to say list style type. I'll just type it, Fritz. No. And then I'm going to want margin left 0. There it is. It's the padding, it isn't the margin. That's not bad. But it's on this UL that's inside of there. Sveitog is over? That was a quick one. So let me add this to that UL. And I can kind of qualify it to small post list. So I have my own CSS that I've customized onto this. Right, do that, and I want to add list style type none and that padding. Get rid of the margin. Right? Didn't hot reload yet. No, what have I done? Not reload it. Back over here. I gotta restart it. It isn't picking up the CSS. Hey, Thin Doll. You're looking into prices about container apps. Seems quite interesting to build something that could be published using GitHub Actions. That's exactly what Aspireify.net is. Yep. So, 2 days in Gothenburg. Yeah. Doing well. Doing very well. So, let this thing rebuild and run one more time here. So, I think that there's a handful of updates I want to make to the way the bot looks up and does Q&A and update some of those interactions. So let's take a look at the logs for this. Make sure this is up and running. There it goes. Fantastic. Refresh that. Why? It's right there. And it's on this. Right, go to the network and make sure that, not the style editor. And I never use the style editor. Like, did it go get a new copy of the CSS? Right there. No. Wait. I put that in app CSS. It's not loading that. It's loading style CSS. Why do I have two of these? Oh, that's why. Fine, we'll go to the end of this. Sidebar things. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds good. That explains why it didn't load it. There it is. Now it picked up and loaded it because I didn't have the right one here. Darn it. But that looks better. We can put a little bit of text with it. Title equals a curated collection of content about getting started with .NET Aspire. Right? Show me that title. It didn't put the title on. What? Still didn't put it on it. There it is. There's the title. Now it shows up. And none of the caching is running on this page. That's why it's like taking forever to load and kind of munged. But I like it. Right? Get started with .NET. Featured collections. Get started with .NET Aspire. And looks good. Hang on. I thought we put these in a specific order. And Let's Learn .NET Aspire is down at the bottom there. Yeah. Is it doing an order by as it reads the collections? Take a quick look. Collection, no, not category page. Collection. I'm not doing a skip and take just yet to do any paging. But get by slug and passing right. Get by slugs. Let's put a break on here and see. Like, there's no order by going on here, so it's not the right keyboard web face. How you doing? This is the Dygma Defy. Okay, so I have that breakpoint there. Back over here. So let's control open another page and go into that So slugs for this page, 5 of them. Let's learn .NET Aspire, start your cloud native journey. So it is in the order that I specified it. So now if we look at the collection of articles that were returned, there's article. And it's not in the order. Get by slugs is not returning in the order that it was passed in on. Yeah, great to see you, Webface. So it's not doing any ordering here. So how do I put it in the same order that it was in the list? Right, because clearly there's an ordering coming out here when it runs this. And the slugs are in the right order. So do I do some sort of loop where I go through and reach and I say, for each slug, go add this item to the output list? That feels weird. Right, if I do something like... That feels weird. It's going to feel weird. But maybe? Just order result? How and what order do I do it in? It's not ascending, descending. It's... I want it to match the same order that it's in the list. Which doesn't have an index associated with them. I mean, maybe I select the index? Right? Do I say articles equals the articles if I just select doesn't have an index. There was something... There was a new link method that was added recently that also carries the index with it. Control T, here we go. Link. Select with index, right? Yeah, there's two values coming out on that select. There's an overload on that. Oh, man. If we do something like that, and this, and then that. No, that's not what I wanted, Visual Studio. Right, what is I? It's an int. I need to order by it. I is the position within articles. And if I do a where or a find, thank you, 0. No. Articles is an IEnumerable. If I change this to a list, at which point, oh darn. Right, I can just turn this into, really? Really? You're gonna make me do this? Right, I can do that. And then I'm going to end up in this really weird... this feels dirty in so many ways. In the... Yep. Articles, and I don't like this. The articles dot, and I can't do a find on that. It's got to be a first, and it will find it because it is there. And then let's use T. No. T dot slug. Yep. Equals a dot slug, and then we're going to say oh, come on. Yes. That one. And then we can get rid of that. That doesn't feel right at all. Like, there's a part of me inside that's like, this is wrong. Parenthesis, I'm missing one. Yeah. Which should then clear up that. Why does it think there's... Cannot convert enumerable int and a semicolon expected. Where? Where's enumerable int? Nah, dude. Bang. No, articles isn't. Oh, yeah, you got to restart because you went and changed the implementation. Feel like where would be the nice way? Where's going to return a collection? Where returns a collection? I'm going to return one at a time and pop them in there. So they're in the right order. Right? And for that matter... Right? And I don't know why it's... And that, and one of these. I am noticing just a little bit of delay. Like, they tell me that there's no delay in the keyboard. No, didn't order it. Like, when I shift layers, it doesn't cleanly shift. No, I need to be doing, not in the articles, in slugs for the page. And says it's not reloading. There we go. That's the order. And then, yeah, there we go. Is that, yeah, it is the Dygma Defy. Next is the switch to Colmac. So the slugs for this page are in a specific order that we're fetching out of the collection object. I'm trying to, the content that is fetched from the repository comes out in a different indexed order. I want to put that in the same, put that collection of concrete articles in the same order in this collection that it's going to load and present here. So there's a link to the Dygma Defy just below on Twitch. There's a link to the keyboard if you're interested in learning more. There's also a referral code down below that will let them know that you heard about the keyboard from me if you're shopping and you want to pick up one. So, okay. I think that's it. I think that's all I needed to do. Because this thing will get cached once it's loaded the first time, and who cares at that point? Like, right? It'll load really fast. So now I have featured collections over here, and you can jump right into that. So at some point, we're going to want to go, okay, I'm looking at this. I want to see the next item as kind of a playlist over here. Yeah, kind of like an intersection. But I don't think intersection is going to work. Like, is it going to juggle the order of these things? Right, if I did... the articles intersect. Right, and thank you, Brish Panda. Appreciate it. Intersect by, and then I've got to provide. What's the second collection? Well, the second collection is slugs for this page, and what's the key selector? Okay. So the key selector is, and I don't know what order it's coming out. It's going to be something like, darn it. T dot slug, right? But then what order do I have there? Right, if I just said articles equals that, right, and we comment out the, darn it, wrong delete. Well, hang on, just go back. Right, just comment that out, and it's going to be one of these, one of those, and one of them. So it's hot reloading. Back over to the collection page. Yeah, here we go. If that intersect works, I'll take it. I don't have an index that I'm sorting by. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ciantic, is, well, which one is it? I have to put this back into a list. That's really weird now to try and do two. Developers. Wow. Zaspa Gennady, wow. Welcome. I think you've hit the record for maximum character size in a username. Welcome. Okay, back over here. All right. Reload that page. Yeah, it's in the wrong order. Yeah, the inner... Right, if I turn it around and I go... Right, the intersect... Well, what's the other overload? It's the comparer. So... Yeah, it's not gonna... I'm gonna need to do this by hand. Not terrible. Really? I thought you hot reloaded there. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, I can improve it later. Figure out a way to include an index to come with it. And then order by that index coming back. Like, there's definitely an index. Stop it. Stop it. Right. So, I clearly have... I clearly have an index that I can get when I select on this. Right? Because you can also select out the index. That's that other overload in there. No, not that. Wanted to do... Oh, it's Control-Shift-Tab. Whatever. So, down into here... And now it's in the right order. Right, but there... If I want... and I can do that. No. Right, and I is the index of it. So it's returning S2 lower invariant. Right, so I could bring this back as a... Right, and that... So now the slugs are a collection of string int. Right, which, once again, I'm running into some weirdness here. Right? S... Right, and close that, and do a, yep, to array, and then do these. So now it'll return them, so I could do some sort of an intersect and order by... Right, so do this, get rid of that. I feel like I should have a comment hotkey sitting ready to go. Okay. Right, so I could say then articles, right, equals, if I do the articles dot really? Intersect by right? So, oh, come on, give me some help here. It's because you're running. T dot no, it's select for the page, comma, and you're not going to give me, like, IntelliSense is not behaving now. No, go on. Billy's got a .NET fiddle to share. Index of compared to nice. Right, then I can replace this, paste that in. So this is the articles. Hey there, PowerShell Freak.
PowerShell_Freak just resubscribed for 57 months. Thank you for the content.
Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this is right, slugs for, and then I can do a index of. Okay. I'm not quite sure how you got to this, but that's pretty cool. I think I need to get rid of the index up on this now. Right. Yeah, you're now. Right, now I'm getting confused between delete and backspace, and it's annoying. Delete that. Delete. I think that works. Cool. Here we go. No need to clear or assign it again. Just call sort on that. There's an await on it. Yes, I have seen .NET outdated. Yes. That's an IEnumerable. It doesn't have a sort on it. We need to toArray on it first. Dot to array. That should now work. Come on now. And oh, cracking my knuckles. Come on. I did the sort here and forgot the semi. Yes, you can do that. That should build. Should totally build. Man, these build times are taking longer and longer. Line 183 here. Sort. So sort returns, oh, it's an array sort. So it sorts it in place. Why doesn't it like that? Right. get rid of that. I could assign this just directly to articles. And do that. Why doesn't it like that? It's not. That should work. Yep. I think we've got it. Come on. I think I'm running up against the edge of the memory. No! No overload for index of takes one argument? Searches the specified object, returns the index of it. So we need to... Where's there a slugs reference? Here. But I think I need to pass in to index of. These are lists. Well, slugs for this page is... I did it as to array. I can make that a list. That's not an issue. Right? So then this becomes list index of, and it's one item. So that. But this is still... Where is the enter? What enter? On the keyboard? It's down here. It's these purple buttons. How you doing there, Kubale? Can I convert array to an array of articles to... Yes, okay. So this I can go in like that. Come on. It looks futuristic. Yeah, thank you. That worked. So let's build and deploy and see what we get. Oh my gosh, it's 1:30. If we get this working, then we'll deploy it. Maybe we'll drop into an Overwatch game. There was some interest in that. All right, it pushed over to another browser instance. Yeah, I've got a handful of these running now. Don't need that one. What? We can get rid of... I don't want to get rid of it. Bring it in here. Close that one, close that one. Ah, it closed it. Ortholinear Ergodox Easy. It took like half a year. I've been typing a lot, so I'm getting better at it. Moving some of the keys and capabilities has been interesting. So... All right, loading the dashboard. There it is. Let's look at the logs for the website. We'll see it pop up here. There it is. And we'll reload the page. Nope. Nope. I'm going to go back to this for right now. You're taking a list and saying sort it, and here's the comparison. Go find the index of it. Compare it to the index of the other one. I get why that should work, but it's not. So, I'm going to set this back up the way that I had it. And we'll do this, and we'll just say, yep, clear. Right, and back down here, and delete these, and we're good. Looks like hot reload kicked in. Over this page, reload. I don't think it actually hot reloaded. Yeah, I knew it. Rebuild and apply, let's go. And then we'll push this thing out and call it a day. And then we can build some more collections to make it easier for folks to find disparate topics that kind of relate to each other and help along the discussion. Make the education experience a little bit better. I've already got a little bit of author coalescing of content, so there's an author page that shows here's everything that this group of folks built. All the content that they wrote. So, reloading, here we go. And there we go. That's the right order. Ship it. Yep. Git commit am. Finish the order by and display of a collection. Git push, good. Let's head over to GitHub. So that pull request is right here. I clicked you. Thank you. So you can see all the work we've been doing on this. And it is building and testing right now. Right? Make sure it can build and get ready. Assuming the slugs are all the same case. I did a 2 lower invariant on them. Yeah. Right? The slugs for this page, if you... yeah, there it is. Select 2 lower invariant. That was something I ran into up front, Billy. You're right. So, and then it calls get them, and now we're just adding them in. I like the array sort. That feels like it should be faster than doing this weird cockamamie copy data from here to here. Doing the sort should run in place and run faster without allocating additional memory, but the amount of memory we're talking about is tiny. Tiny. This feels like something we could unit test to figure out, right, that it's sorting and delivering in the right order. So, and then we'd have a test here that properly shows that, yes, we're displaying collections in the order that they were added. Okay, so built successfully. Let's merge this, John. Added first collection. what did we call it? Get started. This also fixes that. Cool. All right, building and deploying now. So the build and deploy time to actually push out is about 7 minutes. You see right here, right above my head. Are the articles also lower invariant? No. The slug on yeah, that one will do. 2 lower. So the slugs are lowercase when they're created. So that should match up. But this is building and deploying. Yeah. And I'm still getting used to some of these, right? You see me with the modifier key here changing the layer and the syntax of some of these. Now, of course, I'm looking at different colors for these different keys, and it's not actually showing me what that key does on that layer. I just have to remember it. That's weird. That's something that's tricky for me to remember. That, oh, wait a sec. These are the angle brackets. This is the backslash. This is the forward slash. And over here, this is standard parentheses, square brackets, curly braces down here. Like, okay. All right. So, we're getting there. I do want to bounce over to Overwatch and show you how the Overwatch configuration works here. Yeah. All right. It doesn't have labels on keys. You sometimes stumble on some special characters. So what I've done for a little bit is I'll leave the configuration app up so that I can see what those are. So instead of looking down at the keys, I can kind of cheat and look over here. Do I think keyboards will become obsolete with thought to text? Coming years is the key metric there. Are you talking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? In 50 years, absolutely keyboards will be obsolete. Oh my gosh, Finite Singularity with the raid. Bringing 88 viewers into us. Hello, friend. Welcome in. Finite Singularity is a member of the live coding stream team. Welcome, welcome. Hey there. Look at the raid. So, we've been tinkering with our... This is a Dygma Defy keyboard here that we've been using. Developers. Right, I can show you the link to that keyboard. Thank you, Caduceus. Appreciate the follow. It's going well. We're shipping a new feature to our .NET Aspire news website. We're going to see that light up here. Test results are done. It's actually deploying right now to the big Microsoft Azure cloud. TJ Khalil, welcome. Thank you so much. Hey, Ryan K. Hawkins, hello. Fluffless MC, welcome, welcome. Farles Barkley lives. I see what you did there. Gohaku asks, will I be at TwitchCon San Diego? I will not be at TwitchCon San Diego. I just got back from a conference in Las Vegas, and I have a conference next week in the Poconos, in the Pennsylvania Poconos mountain area. There's a resort there with a conference that I'll be speaking at. So unfortunately, I don't have time to squeeze in TwitchCon over the weekend here. So I have to pass on that. I haven't been to TwitchCon in 5 years. I definitely need to make my way back there, but it's not this year. Soon, we'll get back there. There's definitely folks I want to see and connect with. So, wow, what happened with my numbers here? We had a raid, and this is showing me that literally everybody... there it goes. So this is building and deploying. The website that we're working with here, that we're updating, is called Aspireify.net. There it is in chat. The link should come over to the folks that are watching on YouTube. There you go. So, should be able to get through to that. Hope the leaves are changing in the mountains. Oh, yeah. In the coming weeks ahead, I have season tickets to both Penn State and West Virginia collegiate football, American football, and I'll be driving and the mountainside as you're driving through the valley to get to either Pennsylvania State University, West Virginia University is gorgeous, just gorgeous view. So really, really great stuff. Let's see. Lex Stoikus says, when the systems are offline and you need to configure boot all of those way before the system is up and running and AI is online, you cannot do it without a keyboard. What? My anticipation in the... There was a question earlier about, what do you think, are keyboards going to become obsolete when you can start to control and run your computer with your mind? Was the hypothetical discussion. I think we're talking about a different type of machine control and BIOS and boot up sequence, so that those types of things might be obsolete. They might be obsolete. So there we go. Post checkout, it's cleaning up here now. For this website, for Aspireify.net, if we go up here, so this is a build script that ran to deploy the website. You see that it is commit 4446935. If we go out to the Aspireify.net website, Aspireify.net, I'm learning how to use this keyboard, so my typing is not always the most accurate. There we go. It's already deployed and it's available out there. Actually, I'm logged in. There it is. So it's expired and rebuilt things. So if you go to the site, the featured collection is there. You can click into the collection, and there's the content. Nice. So the collection content loads, presents properly, and is available, and will add more collections with some other things in there. Maybe there's a collection of interesting add-ons and features, that sample code that folks have written on GitHub that we can share, that will add as collections. All kinds of stuff that we'll start adding in here to make it a little bit some interesting collections. There's also a request to be able to do tagging for content, so we can just have, here's all the GitHub content, and be able to click through and look at GitHub content, stuff like that. So, very cool. We deployed. We have a new feature on the website. It's running. Anybody can get to it, and you can see it down here in the footer. If we scroll all the way down, there's that version hash that matches the build here. 4446935er, 4446935er. And this is .NET Aspire 8.2, and it was just rebuilt 2 minutes ago. So there we go. Love it. Great content out there for folks to discover and learn more about the .NET Aspire product. There's a question on YouTube from Zero asking, how do I divide side project and work? So here's the deal. Here's where I kind of mush those two together. While this very much is a side project, my learning and exploring of .NET Aspire as a product, as a tech product, is my job. To understand the product and find the edges, some of the edge case scenarios, how to use it together with different technologies. That absolutely is my job. Using Aspireify.net as a vehicle to learn that is where I cross those lines. What I build and how I share that is exactly where things become fuzzy. So, great question. Thank you so much, Zero. Build-A-Builder. Welcome, Build-A-Builder. Looking to buy the Dygma Defy as my first ergonomic keyboard. I code for 8 hours a day. Do you feel that it is worth the cost? I do. Get a good set of switches. There's a link down below. If you're going to buy it, you can click that link, and it'll pass along a referral code that shows that you heard about it, that you're getting it through me. There's no effect to your cost. They do give me a little bit of a kickback though. But absolutely, I've found this to be very handy. I have these different accelerators here under my thumbs so that I can jump into navigating around my code with my arrow keys, home and end here, and I have some. There's a super key for copying and pasting that they've made that I think is really cool. So if I type this is a test, right, I can go and highlight some of that, and if I tap it, right, so here's my super key. If I tap it, it puts me into copying mode. So now if I hold it down, it pastes, right? So I don't have to worry about and think about Control X, Control V. I can also go back and highlight this, and if I double tap, it cuts, right? So that's kind of cool, right? Then it becomes kind of easy to just paste and move along there. So there's features like that that are really easy to do, but I've also built a couple things here where I've got macros built in, right? So I can do I can automatically type. It should have typed private, thank you, right? And or I can do like public. Why didn't it finish typing public? Like, come on now, finish typing. That's weird. I don't know why the macro is misbehaving like that. So, anyways. But I think it's a fantastic keyboard. I've really enjoyed using it and learning about how to type a little bit better. And I have this symbols layer now so that I can start typing tags very easily. Right? So then I can close. And I'm not reaching in, right? On a normal QWERTY keyboard, you're reaching with your ring finger and pinky to go find and shift to type the angle brackets down here, versus I can put it right under my index and ring fingers, right? Right, if I can actually put my fingers down properly, right? Test content, right, and so I'm getting faster at it. I just made that move today, and it's already feeling better. Right. So we had a collection of articles, and if I wanted to go through and reach into an index on there, right, I can do that. Slug or title to lower invariant, right? that type of thing. So, not bad. It's definitely something that I'm learning. The wireless capabilities are great. The RGB makes it easier for me to remember where things are as well. Ads are kicking in 2, 1. There we go. Ads are running. But there was a question about using playing games, and I've been playing Overwatch recently here on stream. Let me move things around. When I master it using Colmac, I'll feel like flying. I'm not going to say no. Why Colmac and not Dvorak? Right? I feel like that's a whole nother question. Right? Why Colmac and not Dvorak? Helps if I spell Colmac correctly. Dvorak versus Colmac. Here we go. Right? So Dvorak has AOE UI on the left. Colmac is ARSTD, and it has the other vowels over here on the right. Developers. So the point is to put the vowels on the home row is one of the things, so that it becomes very clearly. Mark Miller uses Colmac. You'll get finger strain with Dvorak. So Colmac is putting the main characters you use on the two different sides. Z and Q are still way off on the edge where you have to use the pinky and they're not used too frequently. The Y up in the corner, moving the semicolon up and moving the O where the semicolon was. Colmac DH is way better. Really? DH. So ARST with the G, NEIO. See, right? The vowels, putting them right in the middle makes it pretty good already to kind of centralize. Here's the keys you're hitting. Oh, there you go. With the column laid out, that's right. That would be how they would run on this keyboard. Yeah, there's going to be some learning to go there. But definitely the moving up and down for some of these I could get used to. The challenge that I have with any kind of change on this is I have to use laptops frequently when I speak at events. And changing mindset from these layouts back and forth, really hard to do. So, yeah, so on the ergonomic keyboard, there you go. Yeah, I could definitely see it. I'm going to stick with QWERTY for the time being. Like, I'm already adjusting to a lot. Moving around into other layouts, we'll see about it. But I wanted to show you my Overwatch layout. Right, so when I moved WASD to the middle here. And so I've got different weapons, the ultimate up here, right? Your bomb, your infrared sight, the dragon arrow, those things come up here. The E attack is up here. Z's a notification. This is left shift is typically some sort of movement improvement. And some of the social keys jumping down here. So, and I put the pivot back and forth over here so that I don't accidentally jump into, and I should move on layer 1. I moved it over here. Let me move it over here. So I'm going to go layer, no, not dual function. I'm going to layer 10 as a lock. Like, go to that layer and don't come back. And over here, this one, I'm going to make no key. And I'm going to turn off the color on that one. But this one, I'm going to make orange so that it's Overwatch orange. So that my flip back and forth from layer to layer is right here. So, that's easy. Okay. Isn't there some sort of autocorrect? So if you're, during your typing, the editor sees your common mistake. Oh, yeah. Visual Studio does that, but I want to try to avoid it doing that. So, but Aspireify is up to date, and we have our first set of collections. First collection appearing here, and we'll add and create more of them. How much does the keyboard? The keyboard as I have it. So the keyboard also comes with a case. Right? It's a really big case. It's very sturdy. It's fine for storing it in, but for traveling, I think there's a smaller case you can get on Amazon for traveling. This configuration that I have, that I purchased, is not 370. It's a little bit more. I do have black. I got the dash keys that go in these different places. I did get the Gateron Pro Yellow. I got the sample. Extra switches? No, I don't. Actually, wait, hang on. Switches. I got a sample for switches. I could have gotten extra switches to swap in, but no. This does have wireless. It does have tenting on this one, and I do have underglow. That doesn't include. I also have extra cables. I have the cables bundle. I have the travel case, and I have the enhancement kit. So when you add all of these in, right? There's the enhancement kit, the Neuron, the case. So, right, all of that stuff comes in at about that. Yes, NuGet is detected in other languages as kind of a little bit bullying. How to implement different NuGet packages. What do you mean by implement NuGet packages? So there are lots of configuration options here that you can go with. But full disclosure, I was sent this as a test, as to share and show off on stream. You're waiting for the raise too? That's fair. The raise is much more of that QWERTY square orientation that many folks are used to, including me. But you can break it apart into two halves, and it doesn't have the columnar keys, right? The ortho linear. So really cool stuff. I'll probably get a raise in the next month or two. Did I pay to import? No. No, it was sent to me as a yeah. So, all right. I wanted to show off the Overwatch bit, but I'm waiting for Abish. I don't understand your question. What do you mean, how to implement NuGet packages? How to add references? Adding references to NuGet packages. We should clean up the... Right? Git, checkout, main, and git pull. And then we're going to delete the feature collection. Git branch, -d, feature, Where did I put it? There? No. There? Yeah. Delete that. So if you just want to add a reference to a NuGet package, if you're working at the if you're working in Visual Studio, right click on your project and manage NuGet packages. And there they are for you to add. If you're working in a text editor like Vim or Visual Studio Code, you can absolutely reach in here and just write package reference and specify the name of it. You can do that. You can also at the command line, which project I'm in here? Let's go to Aspireify, common. You can add that package just like you would in Node here. Phil!
Phil Vesey just resubscribed for 39 months.
Hey, Phil, thank you so much. You can just say .NET add package and specify the name of the package, and it will add it for you, right? And then you can take a look at... I thought I had a shift button here. Is it this one? Yeah. Aspireify, common, CS proj. And you can see system text JSON right there. So, is there a .NET remove package? Can I do that? I can't? All right. System text JSON. Cool. That worked. So, you're having difficulty expressing your problem because of... That's okay. Take your time. You have to wait 2 months. Wait 2 months for what? For the raise? Mass production, new base core. They've been working on base core. I talked to some of the developers on base core yesterday. So, yeah, they're looking late October, November for the raise too. Yeah. So, great stuff. So I guess I'm a Dygma ambassador? I guess. So, I haven't started tilting things. Yes, remove package does delete the package from the CS proj. Right, now it's gone. So, yeah. I'm over on the main branch. Website is deployed. That's the live site. We can log into the live site. How to use NuGet packages like Entity Framework Core after installing them. Okay, let me help you with that, Abish. I can absolutely help you with that. I wanted to, let me just peek in at the article views. Yeah, not bad. Things have tailed off in the last few days, but that's okay. That's okay. So, okay, so let's do a brand new project here, and let's talk about adding Entity Framework Core, okay? As a project here. I'm going to do just a basic, let me do just a basic website, with Razor pages. Sure, I'll call it Web Application 1. That's fine. I'm not going to turn on any special features here. So, the thing with Entity Framework is you're not just installing Entity Framework, but you need to install a specific driver for a specific database type. So, It might be SQLite, it might be SQL Server, it might be Postgres or MySQL. And I'm going to make sure that I speak a little bit slower here. Not specifically Entity Framework Core, but any package. Okay, so let's add a package. Favorite package of mine is called link to CSV. Okay, so I can add that package by going into here and saying manage packages. I'm going to browse and I'm going to look up, come on now, link to CSV. Okay, and it's not there. Why? Link CSV. Where is it? Yeah, link to. Oh, I spelled to wrong. It's TO. Okay. So I'll add this package, right? And yes, it's built using an older version of .NET Framework, but that's okay. Now, link to CSV appears here inside my project. But I can start working with it to load data from a CSV. So if I write a file here, right? Let me use, right? And let's call this test.csv, right? And if we put something like first name, last name, short email, right? Jeff Fritz, right? This is just a CSV file, so we can work with it. And Jeff at, wow, jeffreyfritz.com, right? And right, Chris, no, not Chris Sainty. You know, whatever. Smith and Chris at example.com. Right, let's do one more. Terry Jones. And right, just creating some sample data to work with here. Terry at example.com. Okay. So I've got some data to work with here. No, I didn't. Okay. So I want to work with that. I want to use that package to actually load data and present that list here on my index page. Well, for link to CSV, I need to have a data type that goes with that, right? So I need a class out here that'll work with that. So let's create a public class. No, let's call this name model, right? And that's not quite it, right? I need first name, last name. There we go. That's a good one. This, okay. And we need email. Sure, you can output that, but I also need email. No. Right, and yeah, that's fine. Get set. And I'll just close that. Okay, so I have my name model. I should probably call it like contact model or contact or something. Right? Yeah, there you go, contact. All right, so up here then, I want to use, there's a CSV context that will allow me to reach into those. So I can say context equals new CSV. Here you go, it's starting to show up, right? CSV context. Now, you have to reference the entire namespace of the things in that package that you're working with. So I reference link to CSV context, and now I can reach in and use those features provided in the link to CSV package. So I have that context now. So now I can say context dot read. There we go. I don't want to do so much a console write line, but let's just bring back everything that's in that list of contacts, and let's create contacts equals, and I'm going to want that as a property, so we can do a control dot on this. Yeah, generate that property. No, not a field. I wanted it as a property. All right, delete that. Go back down here. Back over here. And I will control dot. Create it as a property. Thank you. So now back on the index page. Right? Let's see if Copilot can just generate. Output the list of contacts as a table. Yeah, keep going. You were doing something there. There you go. No, wrong. Rats. Right, email. Yep, keep going. Right. Come on, do your for each now. No? For each. See in... Oh, do I... It doesn't know what model is. No, it's specified right there. It needs to be lower M, doesn't it? No. I think we're okay. It's just misbehaving. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Right? Out to the end of that. Yep, there we go. Sure, else I'll put that. That's fine. Save. That should build. Yeah, I know. And now it's going to run and get into it. So this is a package that I randomly picked out. We set up a little index CSV. Oh, that's in the context files in the wrong location. So let's say dub root. Rerun that. Here we go. Should be test CSV. I gave it the wrong name. Darn it. One more time and we'll get this running. The demo is on the fly. That's what happens. There we go. Right, so I've picked up a NuGet package called link to CSV, right? And I'm creating and using it here to read contents out of that CSV file that's on disk in this location, right? That doesn't come by default. I added the reference to the link to CSV package here inside the project. How would you know about that thing? So when you go find the packages that you're interested in working with, you're going to be searching on a service called NuGet.org. Right? So if we open a new one here, right, we go to NuGet.org. And gosh, we want to be able to do link and CSV, right? Not ling. Right? Link and CSV. There's link to CSV. There's the project. How would you know how to use it? Over here on the About side, there's a project website link. Click that. And it'll take you to some documentation, some information about the project. And in this, it shows you in Quick Start for this bit of documentation on Code Project. It's not jumping there. But it's right here, and it shows you, here's how to get started using it. So for different packages that you choose, look in the About section for some documentation to jump you to the website about it. So if I were to choose, let's choose Iron PDF, right? That's a commercial package that you can download to get PDF manipulation tools. Well, this jumps you through to their product website where there are docs available to help you get started. So, right, or Newtonsoft JSON, right, the most popular NuGet package out there, downloaded 5.2 billion times. Go to the project website, and there's all kinds of instructions here to help you get started. So, hey Crap Teen, hello, good to see you. Maxwell asks, do I use React with C#? No, I don't. I've been using Blazor, but I've got a little bit of motivation recently to try and use more React and learn more about React.
Dr. Scott!
What? So, okay. Just keeping an eye on things. Yeah, I'm pretty clear for a bit here. Okay. Just following up on a couple things here. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have some fun with this. Good. I'm glad that helped you out there, Crap Team. 5.2 billion, like half of those downloads are made by just get started, try something out, and discard. Totally. There's a lot of that happens. Yeah. So URL rewrite. I do URL rewrite with Aspireify. Rewriting things. .NET JSON is very fast. .NET's gRPC processing is the fastest tech stack at processing gRPC requests. So let me jump over here to program. Not that one. That one. Where is it? I do some URL rewriting in here. Web Optimizer, Razor Components, static files. Where the heck is URL rewrite? Yeah, there it is, right there. right here. So I set up a new rewrite options, add redirect to non-dub permanent, and redirect to HTTPS permanent. Generate that rewriting so it always gets in there, and then I use rewriter to always force it to rewrite the URL back over to those locations. And you can do other tricks with the URL rewriter here. So, totally. Okay. I wanted to jump over to Overwatch and show you how the Dygma keyboard does a fantastic job with this. I really like what it can do with this. So I'm going to move some things around here quickly. That's not it. Just changing my layout to make it easier to see what's going on. Ad breaks in progress for another minute. But I'm going to pop open Overwatch and jump over to my Overwatch configuration. Over here. And I need to reset the wins and losses over there, which are in this location. Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness. Look what came online. While subscribed to an eligible Xbox Game Pass account, access to shop cosmetics, stackable one-time grant 6 hero skins. I have all of. Yes. Yes. Stand by. There we go. Let me reset these. So I do have Xbox Game Pass. Overwatch World of Warcraft, yes. Oh my gosh, I forgot this was being released today. Let me... Hang on, I gotta... No, not the clip. I gotta change the category here real quick on Twitch. Yep, Overwatch. NDTST, thank you so much for the follow. World of Warcraft, nice. All kinds of goodies. And this is interesting. So they've made Sylvanas from World of Warcraft into Widowmaker, the sniper. So she normally has a long gun as Widowmaker, but she's got the sniper gun there. Head over to the shop. Dude, how do I get the Xbox Game Pass thing? Hang on, go back. This. Get 6 hero skins and 30 mythic prisms. Yeah, how do I do that? To get a stackable 10% XP boost plus access to select Overwatch. Yeah, how do I do that? Like, I see that I got a bunch of coins. So how do I do that? Like, Owl Team Inventory, there's the collaboration, Juno, yeah. Do we get them automatically? There was a Reinhardt. No. Heroes. Reinhardt. Skins. I got it. Got it. He's got a fan on his back. Oh, that's stupid fun. Was there a Diva one as part of that? Cruiser Beaver. No. Doesn't look like it. So, what were the skins to get from the Xbox Game Pass? DM'd me a link. Yeah, I know I'm leaving Discord. So there's a Mercy skin in there. The honeybee. Okay. Where are these other ones? No, there is a diva one in there. Diva's my main right now. Right now. Turtle ship. No. Do I have it? I guess I have it. Rosie Handbach. No. Are they unlocked? Yeah, because they don't have the lock next to them. So I got... Wow, I got a bunch. It unlocked this one. And this one. I don't like the ones like that. Okay. What else did it unlock? So, and you had to set this up in your BattleNet connections. Like, show me the things I got, you know? Alright, so what's in the shop, then? Warcraft Mega Bundle, 5,700 coins. And there's nothing here. Like Lich King, Reinhardt, Sylvanas, Thrall, Magnetor, Bjorn. Can I click? There, okay. Diamond Magni, which he already kind of has. The Lich King from Warcraft. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's a really good look for him. Sylvanas, which... I thought that was supposed to be a bow and arrow. When I played Heroes of the Storm, Sylvanas was the main that I played. Because the bow and arrow with her was just phenomenal. That's a cool highlight intro. He's got legs. Take care, Chris Funk. Taking aim. See, she's got a bow and arrow there. Emotes as a quest giver. Really? He's got legs. Turn off the music. We can't hear. And then victory poses. That's kind of lame. That's kind of lame. Okay, as a weapon charm. All right. And then name cards. Yeah. Right away, I would use Reinhardt. Player icons. Oh, there's voice lines. Yeah.
Feel the fury of the mountain.
The Dark Lady watches over you.
That's not bad. It's her voice, but it's very much a Sylvanas quote. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm getting all of the things. Yes. So, so let me go and do training so we can see what practice range. So, right. Oh, the keyboard isn't visible. Let me add the keyboard scene here again. Hey, look, there's the keyboard. So, and I'm going to move it to... No, I can kind of put it right here, and it's still not really in the way of things. So, all right. So let me go over to Widowmaker and change it. See, I went and got Nova. But I can go Sylvanas. She doesn't look. See, look, it's like a weapon. And now I'll change my keyboard so that it's Overwatch mode. Right, and this keyboard is basically empty, not doing anything. So
a fine execution. Je me sens vivante.
like there's a sound effects when she shoots.
Une mort magnifique.
Missed. Got him. Like, all right. Missed it. Oh, missed it again.
Woe is you.
Wow. Really? There it goes.
No one can hide from my sight.
Go really, really long. Oh, I didn't have the grapple. I wish there was a way I could turn around and see. Right? Yes, I have the Optimus Prime. Lich King. Oh, I've got the, yeah, C-sharp sniper Fritz. Yep. Yeah, the axe gets mad. Yeah, look at how mad it gets. Oh, why didn't I? Come here. Do that again. Cooldown and... Right, look at how angry it's getting. Right, look at how it's an angry axe now. So, I use a lot of Bing credits to buy this stuff, let me tell you. Like, I'm just pushing Microsoft money from one company to the next. Hey. Alright, now let's see. Yeah. Anyways, all right. I'm going to jump into one quick match game and then we'll sign off. So. But I need to work on my sniper skills so I can use the Widowmaker skins. Because man, they did a good job with it. All right, what do we get? Eichenwald, the German castle. Sure, let's use the Porsche. The Porsche. Nah, the heist. That's fun. I've built up quite a little collection here. Not gonna lie. Let's see how we do.
You better keep up. This isn't a daycare.
Kids can surprise you.
Then I better not be disappointed.
Kids
So
also
I moved
disappoint you.
around some of my keys. So little? Yeah, just a little.
Get anything done without us. It's a full-time job being the capable ones.
No, I don't want to highlight. Whatever. Where did I? Those are socials. Whatever. Hi. Wow. Nah, I didn't respond fast enough. Oh, jeez. Haha! I'll take care of that one. What the heck? Why am I getting pulled back? Oh. Nope, I'm down. Run. Nope. I got stomped. But I took out 5 before. Yeah, it's a little collection. Just a little collection. Not gonna lie. Oh, jeez. Bye. All right, here we go. Got the payload. I can hear that walking junkyard. No, sorry, you can't hit my friends. Surprise! Seriously, I boost? Really? And it gets canceled by... Yep, just gonna wander around this way.
Engage this enemy.
Punching the payload. Where's my team?
Let the kitsune guide you.
Come on. Nothing? Let's go, let's go. Damn. He's back already? So, I try to make it a point to always grab the projectile that the other tank is firing. And... No... Dead. Nope, couldn't get out of that one. I'm carrying the team here, but 15 seconds. Come on, somebody get up there on that payload. Nope, not gonna get to it. Nope.
Life protects life.
Yeah. Like, my healers kept me going.
No one can hide from my sight.
But... yeah. Couldn't push through. So... and the pads you can clean. Dear Lord, you can clean these things. So... so there you go. A little bit of Overwatch. Dropping in. But how I can literally jump right into game mode with a keystroke there is massive. To be able to pivot quickly, I'm really enjoying that capability of the the keyboard here. All right, turn that back on down there. Right. I don't know. Maybe we can put this up here. Right. So changing back and forth. Right there's normal typing, and then right, you can see it has the kind of cyan underglow, so that I remember, okay, that's my main. But then I jump over to Overwatch and it goes orange, and I know Overwatch mode, and I'm ready to play games at that point. So I've been having a lot of fun with that, and the ability to switch back and forth between those different modes is so handy. I really, really enjoy it. But I do need to wrap up. We've had a long day today. We did a bunch. We got a website running. We talked through and set up a couple things on the keyboard, talked about the keyboard and showed off some of that stuff. Looking around the horn here to see who else is doing some code. I'm going to get you connected over to our friend Mark Magliocco. Mark? No, wow, there's a name from the past. Mark Miller. Over there on the Code Rush channel. Let me raid over to him, and we'll call it a day. And get you connected to him. Right? Yeah, /raid Code Rush. There we go. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure writing code with you. Pleasure hanging out, playing a little bit of Overwatch and showing you how the keyboard reacts on there and how it's a little bit easier to work with because I can optimize the keys for exactly my playstyle and hide everything else and turn it off. And even when I'm in wireless mode, completely get rid of the one side. It's great, great stuff. If you're watching on YouTube, there's lots of other great videos that are over here on YouTube. Be sure to check them out down here, over here, depending on which app you're using to watch the stream. So, thanks so much for tuning in. Tomorrow, I'll be on the .NET channel on YouTube. I'll be on the Visual Studio channel on Twitch. Starting at about noon, we have .NET Developers Day for Azure developers. Make sure you tune in. I have a presentation I'm giving about Aspireify.net and some of the decisions we made around building and deploying that application using Microsoft Azure and .NET Aspire. I'll be back writing code on Thursday right here on these channels. I hope to see you then. But until then, if you're watching on Twitch, get ready to say hi to Code Rushed, and I will see you then. Alrighty? Have a good one, and I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.